Yep.
Okay, so we have a quorum of EJAC members, so we would like to get started. Good morning and welcome everyone to the Assembly Bill 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee meeting. My name is Karina Jodge. I'm the lead staff in the Office of Environmental Justice, Tribal Affairs, and Border Relations, and I'm really excited to be here with you all today. So before we start with order of business, housekeeping will be covered on Zoom, Spanish interpretation, and a few critical details related to the Sacramento facilities. Comment periods will be managed in Zoom. We will provide reminders when to unmute your line and to clearly state your name and organization when you speak. In the building, a reminder that restrooms are outside the door to the left and down the hall by the drinking fountains. In case of an emergency, exit out the door and to the right down the stairs. For members of the public participating remotely, you will be able to raise your hand in Zoom to speak during the public comment period. When it's your turn, the host will ask you to unmute, and after you push the unmute button, you may begin to speak. We will be switching off between commenters in the room and on Zoom. We anticipate there will be a lot of participants today with the potential for a lot of comments, and we do intend to give each commenter 3 minutes to speak, and we'll let you know if any changes are required based on the volume of comments. Please be sure if you are on Zoom that you have your hand raised as soon as you can so we can place you in our queue. And if you're in person, please be sure to sign up on the sign-in sheet with Bobby. In the event that *6 does not work to unmute, CARB can unmute you on our end. And we do really appreciate you staying on mute until it is your turn to speak to be respectful of everyone's turn. Please state your name and affiliation if applicable so that we know who is speaking. We will do our best to do the same in the room for members of the public to know who is talking. Q&A and chat functions in Zoom are turned off for participants. And now I would like to introduce our Spanish interpreters we have with us today, Heidi and Leticia, who are on the line. Could you both please introduce yourselves? Sorry, it looks like you guys are speaking over one another. Heidi, if you... Okay, Heidi, if you could go first, and then Leticia, I'll let you know when she's done. And then Leticia, if you could introduce yourself. Perfect, thank you. And then Heidi, if you could please provide the translated information on this slide. Great, thank you so much, Heidi. So for those who are participating in person, to prevent echoes, we request that you click on the symbol next to the unmute button as seen in number 1, and then next select leave computer audio as seen as number 2. Also, please make sure to stay muted for the full duration of the meeting to avoid background noise as seen in number 3. Heidi, could you please provide the instructions on this slide for in-person participants? Thank you. Next, we will provide instructions in English and Spanish, and then we'll enable interpretation features in Zoom. When the interpretation globe appears at the bottom right corner of Zoom as seen in number 1, please choose your preferred language as English or Spanish as seen in number 2. Heidi, please provide these instructions in Spanish. Thank you. For individuals in the room needing in-person translation services, please raise your hand and a staff person will log you into Zoom or do live translation if needed via the translation headsets. CARB staff will ensure that your headset is on and working prior to speaking. Heidi, could you please provide these instructions in Spanish? Thank you. If for any reason you require technical Zoom support in today's meeting, please contact Bobby Roosh, who is in person here in Sacramento, by email as provided on this slide. We will do our best to assist you. Today's meeting is being recorded. CARB staff will post the recording to the EJAC meetings and events website in the coming weeks. This is the same website where you can find all materials for today's meeting as provided on this slide. Heidi, could you please provide these instructions in Spanish? Thank you. And with that, I would like to begin the EJAC member roll call. I will call your name and ask that each member please state here or present and whether you are virtual or in person for the record. Martha Dina Arguello.
Present.
And could you please state if you're virtual or in person?
Yes, I am virtual.
Thank you. Juan Flores.
Present, and I'm also virtual.
Thank you. Catherine Garupa.
Present in person.
Kevin Duff Hamilton.
Present, virtual.
John Harriel Jr. Thomas Helm. Matt Holmes.
Present in person.
Kevin Jefferson III. Ray Leone. Luis Olmedo.
Present.
Are you virtual or in person? If you could please state.
I am at the moment virtual, but will be in person.
Thank you. Jill Sherman Warren.
Present and in person.
And Sharifa Emil Taylor.
Sorry, that was funny. Y'all saying my whole name. I am I'm virtual, and I'm present.
Perfect. Thank you. So now I will turn it over to our co-chairs to discuss the agenda for today.
Thank you everyone for your presence today. We will start with introductions and opening remarks as usual. CARB staff will be providing a brief overview on Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and transparency requirements for state bodies. I will provide a brief report out on cap and trade, and then we'll have a lunch break. Following lunch, we will have a community member speaker and a CARB presentation on the low carbon fuel standard, followed by a public comment period. Then we have some expert panelists that we've invited along with the community member who brings their own expertise to discuss the low carbon fuel standard with us. We'll have another opportunity for public comment before we end the meeting with next steps and closing remarks.
Thanks. Do you have the next slide for the meeting agreements? So I want to remind the EJAC members that are in person and virtually of what our agreements are. Pay attention to equity of airtime, be present, be open and flexible, be realistic, and monitor our ability to get through the full agenda. We have a very full agenda and quite a few participants. And so we want to make sure that we're paying attention to how much time we're taking so we can hear from the folks who are here, seek out synergies in our work, use yes and language. We invite you to listen and be compassionate and supportive of your other EJAC members, reach for and invite inspiration and intuition. And I'm going to add stay positive, look for ways to move toward action when possible, respect the agenda and trust the process. And we all share responsibility for the success of this meeting, but broadly the EJAC mission to bring a strong environmental justice voice to CARB's climate programs. Thanks.
So good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be with us here today. For those that don't know, my name is Chanel Fletcher, and I'm the Deputy Executive Officer for Equity, Communities, and Environmental Justice. I'm really looking forward to having this conversation as it relates to our critical AB 32 related programs. I wanted to introduce and welcome the CARB deputies that are here with us today. We have Edie Chang, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning, Freights, and Toxic; Rajendra Sahota, Deputy Executive Officer for Climate Change and Research; Annette Hebert, Deputy Executive Officer for SoCal Headquarters and Mobile Source Compliance, as well as Ellen Peter, Chief Counsel. Wow, that was a lot of deputy executive officers there. Thank you all for being here so much. I also wanted to let people know that we have Hazel Miranda, our Chief of Staff and Policy Advisor to Chair Randolph, as well as board members Diane Takforian, Susan Shaheen, and Cliff Rechtschaffen. We really do appreciate everyone's time and support for being here today for this important conversation. So in addition to cap and trade and low carbon fuel standard, we also have an administrative item to go through this morning with the EJAC members, as well as a reminder for the requirements for state bodies as we forge ahead with this work. I did feel like this was a really good time to kind of have this conversation since we have this very jam-packed schedule, and I wanted to make sure that we touched on this early in the year. I will now turn it over to the EJAC co-chairs.
Martha Dina, did you want to go ahead and I can follow up?
Sure. I don't have a lot to say because we have a very full agenda. You know, over the last few months, we have been doing a deep dive into understanding the low carbon fuel standard and ensuring that community voices are heard and through the process. So I'm looking forward to our discussion, and I'm very excited about our panelists. And you know, again, hope that we can make an impact on ensuring environmental justice and the promise of AB 32, that none of our policies will make things worse in our communities. And I think that's what's at stake here with the low carbon fuel standard and the ongoing recommendations that the EJAC has been making for some time. And with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Martha Dina, and ditto to all of that. So this is Dr. Catherine here in the room. Want to welcome everyone and appreciate their participation. Definitely also looking forward to the discussion and really appreciate the panelists who have come and volunteered their time to speak with us today. I also wanted to take the opportunity to remind the committee that it was just a year ago that our charter was adopted and we officially became a permanent body. And as we discussed with the chair and executive officer Steve Cliff when they came last time, it's a different process to be a body that, first of all, had a lot more members, but second of all, was engaged in an overview of the scoping plan process. And now over the last year, we've pivoted to looking at specific rules and regulations and engaging in the rulemaking process. So there's certainly a lot of work ahead of us, but I want to take the opportunity to celebrate this achievement that we've made it a year on from adopting our charter. And I know in the coming months, we need to have robust conversations about the upcoming review of that charter. And with that, I'll pass it back to CARB staff for item 3.
So now we would like to provide a reminder of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, including Senate Bill 544 and transparency requirements for state bodies. We do this periodically to ensure we are all working from the same place when it comes to EJAC as an advisory body to the board. The Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act applies to all state bodies. An advisory committee is a state body if it is created by formal action of the state body or of any member of the state body, and the created body consists of 3 or more persons. Bagley-Keene requires that CARB post notices for EJAC public meetings 10 days prior to the meetings being held. It also ensures that the public has open access to meetings and an opportunity to provide public comment in an open forum. Senate Bill 544 revises certain teleconference requirements under Bagley-Keene. The bill, among other things, authorizes a state body to hold an open meeting by teleconference, provided that a majority of the members of the state body are physically present at the same teleconference location. The bill allows additional members of the state body in excess of a majority of the members to attend and participate in the meeting from a remote location, which is not required to be accessible to the public and disclosed in the notice and agenda. Senate Bill 544 allows an advisory body to hold a public meeting by teleconference if the meeting complies with SB 544 and Bagley-Keene Act requirements. EJAC members therefore may participate remotely from a private location, such as their personal residence or place of business, without disclosing their location. Remote participants should keep their cameras on for the duration of the public meeting as their internet bandwidth allows, and notify CARB if they have to step away from the meeting to ensure we meet quorum requirements. SB 544 also requires CARB to provide notice to the public at least 24 hours before a meeting to identify any member who will participate remotely. CARB must make a physical location available and open to the public for the meeting and have at least one CARB staff person present at this physical location during the meeting. It is important to note that SB 544 does not affect or modify other critical provisions of the Bagley-Keene Act, including but not limited to notice posting requirements, meeting agendas, serial meetings, and the need for having a quorum of members of a state body to hold a meeting. As we continue to hold meetings in this format with the physical and remote presence, Senate Bill 544 guidance will be critical. All EJAC members participating in EJAC public meetings remotely must appear on camera during the public meeting. Cameras can go off only when use would be technologically impracticable. If going off camera for any reason, the EJAC member must verbally announce that they're going off camera and the reason for doing so. The goal here, of course, is to maintain a quorum of active members for the full duration of the EJAC meeting. An EJAC member must disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with the member and the general nature of the member's relationship with those individuals. They can do so by using the chat function to inform CARB staff. Now I would like to transition to a reminder of the transparency requirements that apply to EJAC as a state advisory body. Here we have 3 government codes, including Bagley-Keene, Conflict of Interest, and California Public Records Act. These are all essential to maintaining transparent operations of the EJAC. CARB released a document noting transparency requirements back in October 2022, which is linked here. In summary, conflict of interest law prohibits advisory committee members from making a formal or informal appearance before or oral or written communication to CARB for the purpose of influencing a decision by CARB on a contract, grant, loan, license, permit, or other entitlement for use. The California Public Records Act, or CPRA, requires that documents and records related to advisory committee business may be subject to public disclosure under the CPRA. This includes use of personal emails, texts, or messaging applications to discuss committee business either within or outside public meeting settings. And with that, I would like to move towards our next agenda item, which is an EJAC report out on cap and trade.
Thank you, Karina. Before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to pause and see if any EJAC members had any questions on the overview that was provided. If so, if people could raise their hands, or if you're in the room, put up your tent card. All right, seeing none, I will proceed to the next item. Oh, okay, I can't see on the Zoom. So whoever has their hand up, go ahead.
Hi everyone, this is Juan. So coincidentally, today I'm using a computer that the camera is broken, so I'm probably gonna come on camera after our lunch, because that's the time that I can actually go pick up my other computer whose camera actually doesn't work.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for letting us know.
So we do see all the other EJAC members that are online. Thank you for turning on your cameras, but if you have not, just know that it is a Bagley-Keene requirement. Thank you.
So just to clarify on that, in a situation like Wanzen where it's a technical challenge and the camera isn't working, that's compliant.
Yeah, as long as you let us know when the technical difficulty, that's totally fine.
And I think Luis has also put in the chat that he's on the phone and is not able to do that as well.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, I appreciate we have this opportunity to clarify. Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, I was going to say, so when I'm on the reservation, it really is difficult to maintain video because my bandwidth isn't great. And it would even be better if everyone turned their cameras off. But what happens is my video feed freezes. So just as long as I let you know why. Okay.
All right, any other questions on this item or comments? Okay, so again, appreciate those clarifications. So now moving on to the EJAC report out on cap and trade. As the convener of the Carbon Markets Work Group, which includes cap and trade and also as EJAC co-chair, I was invited recently to speak on 2 different legislative panels. So I wanted to share with the full committee some of the conversations and outcomes from those meetings. And in a second, I'll also just briefly describe the set of handouts that were shared with EJAC members via email that are here available as copies for people that are in the room and that are posted on the EJAC webpage for people who would like to access them online. On February 13th, there was a joint meeting of the Senate Environmental Quality Committee and one of the budget subcommittees. And this past Monday, March 11th, the Joint Legislative Committee on Climate Change Policies also met. So those are the 2 meetings that I'm referring to. CARB is actively undergoing the rulemaking process and anticipates concluding the rulemaking for cap and trade this year. And there are conversations in the legislature about the potential for a program extension because as it exists, the cap and trade program is authorized through 2030. So definitely there are a lot of discussions going on in the legislature that are very relevant to what we do as EJAC and as EJ advocates. So the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition for the February 13th hearing provided a handout that has been shared as one of the attachments that really details what we consider the context and the history of the cap and trade program and really important considerations for environmental justice impacts. The EJAC Carbon Markets Work Group has also submitted comment letters throughout the scoping plan process, including a letter that we submitted just a few months ago during the current rulemaking, reiterating our concerns about allowances, offsets, and the need for tailoring trading around topics like facility level caps or no trade zones. So I would encourage folks to look there if they want more context and details. I also had included the hearing background document prepared by staff for the February 13th hearing. So that's available to provide people context and background. There was an analysis from the Legislative Analyst's Office on the expenditures related to the cap and trade program. That's another one of your handouts. So those documents are all available for people to be able to look through. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Ashley just shared that the link is also in the chat for folks who want to be able to access those handouts. Oh, and there was also a comment letter, sorry, one other handout. There was also a comment letter that I co-authored with Dan Ress at Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment, because the Independent Emissions Market Advisory Committee, which is a committee that's convened by Cal EPA to advise on the program design of cap and trade, also recently released a 2023 report, which again had a lot of issues in it that overlap with what I just kind of laid out and what the Carbon Markets Work Group has already submitted comment letters on. So I wanted to make sure that people had the context of that. And then also to highlight, well, first of all, the documents from the Monday hearing aren't available because it just happened. And I don't have all of them. But again, you would be able to access those on the webpage of the Joint Legislative Committee on Climate Change Policies, which is a bit of a mouthful. But the first part of that panel was actually a conversation between CARB Chair Leanne Randolph and the legislators. And there was a detailed discussion about the ability for CARB to meet targets overall that are laid out in the scoping plan, recognizing that a failure of any pillar within the scoping plan, such as our ability to reduce vehicle miles traveled or to achieve the assumptions around the deployment of carbon capture, use, and storage, ultimately means that if those goals aren't hit, that there will be an increased reliance on the cap and trade program, which is meant as a backstop measure and is not a way of directly reducing emissions. So part of why I raise this is because it's critical for us as EJAC to be engaged in and aware that these conversations are going on. The cap and trade program has a long history of disproportionately layering onto the issues in environmental justice communities. And my message to the legislature was that any extension requires making adjustments to the program. While overall we're not in support of the cap and trade program, we recognize that it's likely here to stay. And so if it's going to stay, there have to be modifications made so that we don't continue to concentrate emissions of greenhouse gases and criteria air pollutants in environmental justice communities. So that's a general overview of what was discussed. I'm going to just also briefly touch on the fact that a couple of days ago, an analysis came out from Beacon Economics and the environmental nonprofit Next 10 that concludes that the state must triple its rate of reducing emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, and other climate warming gases over the next 6 years if we want to hit the requirement of reducing greenhouse gases to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. So the urgency continues to escalate, right? We are not on track to be able to meet our targets, and cap and trade is not an adequate backstop that can backfill all of that. So I want to close in just mentioning a couple of follow-up steps that are already in the works because the Carbon Markets Work Group has been actively meeting offline to be able to discuss both the low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade, which is quite an undertaking. And I really appreciate my work group members for keeping up with me on this. So EJAC next convenes on April 4th. And I've invited a speaker based on feedback from work group members from the Legislative Analyst's Office to speak with us about the expenditures in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. The cap and trade program is quite popular because it generates billions and billions of dollars. And one of the most common talking points is how much of that money goes to disadvantaged communities. But I can say, at least in the San Joaquin Valley, that money is not going to households. And for the most part, it's going to incentives for industry. So I think Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund expenditures are something for EJAC to take a close look at. I've also invited a representative of the Independent Emissions Market Advisory Committee so that they can provide an overview of their report, their 2023 report, and we can have some dialogue on that topic. Also definitely open to other topics and other speakers that people are interested in. That was just some of the initial next steps that came out of our work group. So that is my overview, and I'm happy to take any comments or questions from EJAC members.
This is Jill. Sorry, I put peanuts in my mouth. My concern with this is I don't know how many tribes are engaged, but I know there are a few. And we're poor. Most tribes that live in rural areas with timber that can be used to contribute to the cap and trade process is an avenue of economic stimulus for the tribes to use. But the unfortunate thing, and Hoopa, speaking from Hoopa, we have lots of timber. It has been a conscientious choice to not be involved in cap and trade efforts. In fact, we are getting ready to do a celebration of the return of 10,000 acres to the tribe in May. And unfortunately, I mean, it was long discussion of how do we get out of this. We want the land back. It holds a sacred mountain to us, but we're kind of stuck because it had a cap and trade program on it already. And so I think there needs to be the ability to provide an out for those communities who may have realized all we're doing by having cap and trade on our lands is harming another disadvantaged community. So while it may be gaining for ourselves, we are actually hurting somebody else. And that's really one of the big reasons Hoopa doesn't find that attractive, because then we're just behaving like the original colonizers in the institutional thought process of it's okay if we harm somebody else, just not ourselves. So I would like this body to explore ways of allowing for those who've got trapped in a cap and trade process to be able to exit that process. Because I think, there's a purposefulness to the rules around it. And it was never really, I don't think the people who are engaged in cap and trade were really given the truth, so to speak, about what this meant for other disadvantaged communities. And that's kind of like opioids, right? You get prescribed opioids and your doctor failed to tell you you might become an addict. And yet they knew that. So I think there needs to be a study done on what the steps would be for somebody to exit without potentially, because there's a cost associated with that, but that's not our fault. It was because I really feel like it wasn't adequately described to the people who were taking that on. And at least for HOOPA, we have enough people who understand that cap and trade isn't sexy, it's not pleasing, it's just destroying another community. And so I really would like to have more information on what does it look like if somebody wants to exit that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for flagging that, Jill. So if I could just clarify, what you're saying is that the HOOPA tribe has land that's been basically used to create offsets.
Yes, the land, we just purchased this land for $14 million. And I'm not really sure, we can't figure out how to extract ourselves from that because there's a limit on that.
Right.
And we have not wanted to go into cap and trade. And we have, 124,000 acres. We could do that in other parts of our land, but it's been a conscientious decision not to. And I don't know if anyone else who is doing those offsets as well is rethinking their decisions. And there has to be, I think, an easier exit strategy because you have to pay, back whatever you got. But, the people who benefited, this is how crazy it is. The people who purchased the land or who were the original owners of the land was this company out of Australia. And they purchased that land for the purposes of getting offsets, right? But they wanted it only for that reason. So my understanding, and again, it's really confusing, is that the offsets are like the big money for the offsets has already come and gone. Now they're in the lower end of the offset money. So they just were like, let's get rid of this land. And we were fortunate that they were willing to sell it at market value. But there's no exit strategy for us without us as the new owners having to pay some incredibly high fine of some sort.
Thanks for clarifying that, Jill. And I know that this is an issue and a question that you've raised before, and I'm not sure if there's ever been any follow-up. So I don't know if anyone on CARB staff is prepared to respond now, or if not, if we could get assigned either to a person or a division that would be able to help follow up with Jill to discuss what the off-ramp options are for offsets.
But I have to believe that there are other people who are engaged in offsets who might be rethinking their terrible decision because it looks so attractive initially. And it's only attractive to people who are trying to make money, right? How is it that an Australian company grabbed this land and did offsets? That's just really deceitful and kind of slimy. Like it just boggles my mind.
Well, thank you for that. We will get back to you, and I'll probably have to confirm back in the office to see who can take care of this, and then we'll come back to you and answer that.
Okay. And also I really take your point well, Jill, that you need specific information and feedback. And also this needs to be a broader conversation that we should bring back to the EJAC also about what are the options for people who have gotten into offsets who would like an off-ramp. And I'll just quickly add in the draft letter that was included as one of the background documents that you all have copies of. Item 2 speaks to offsets. And there's ample research showing that most of the offsets so far in the system have been proven to be fake or vastly inflated. It's really problematic to think that we can buy forest land around the world and that somehow we're preserving it and that there's not clear cutting to grow soybean to make low carbon fuels, or fires that then destroy the forest that was supposed to sequester that carbon. To be clear, obviously, I think we're all in support of maintaining healthy forests and not wanting to develop them. But we also need CARB to ensure the validity and permanency of offset projects if they're going to be used. And CARB shouldn't continue to subsidize reductions in a manner that continues to allow emissions in California communities, again, because we know that it's disproportionately falling on our environmental justice communities. So our work group has actually recommended the elimination of offsets, or at the very least, that CARB evaluate ways to course correct on credits already used for compliance that came from projects that are not delivering the assumed reductions. And that's detailed in the IEMAC response letter, item number 2.
Hey, Catherine, let me just chime in here. I think we just did a little bit of back channeling. I think we still do want to make sure that we get the right person, to your point, Jill, so that's fair. I do think that Matt, who's also on the camera, wants to say a little bit about this. So Matt, feel free to go ahead.
Thanks, Chanel, and thanks, Jill, for raising the issues. I will say that when I saw the announcement in December about the HOOPA being able to purchase
We have a lot of feedback issues. Really quick, let's just make sure we can handle that. I'm not sure who's doing the tech on this, but the reverb plus the volume is really intense. Thanks, Matt, for being our guinea pig. That was awesome.
Should I try again? Is it okay?
Oh, still there. It's on your end. Oh, it sounds like, Matt, it's on your end. Can you take out the headphones, maybe?
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully that works. So what I was going to say here is that, thanks, Jill, for the comments. When I saw that HOOPA was able to acquire the land back in December that had this offset product on it, I was really happy to see that. I think, as you probably recall, we did travel up to the HOOPA for a consultation and discussion on this, as well as other things back in early 2023. And I know that we've been on the staff side engaging with the HOOPA in 2023 on the offset project requirements as you've worked to acquire this land that has this project on it. And I'm just going to extend again just the willingness to continue to talk through the offset project requirements with you and with other members of the HOOPA. That it's really important to us that we give you as much information as possible as you move into this stage of land acquisition and the product implementation on the offset project. So I'm more than willing and happy to do that. And I just want to make sure that you know that.
Thank you.
So other comments or questions from EJAC people on Zoom or in the room? And I can't see the Zoom, so if staff could help out with that. Chanel, did you also want to speak, or was that 10 card up from before? Okay.
No, other than I'm waiting for that response.
Kevin Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, first I want to echo both Jill's comments and Catherine, your concerns. For those of us who've been working on this, on the EJAC through a number of iterations, we raised this multiple times. In 2017, it was very clear that these offsets that are being set up against land preservation, that we have no surety of the integrity of the government that is holding that is a chronic problem. Brazil is a perfect example of this, where a change in the presidency resulted in the destruction of an incredible amount of forest that was supposed to be preserved for climate purposes, and they've been paid a ridiculous amount of money to do. So, this whole sort of strategy has got holes in it from one end to the other. And the potential for somebody who's legitimately approaching it as not only a value for their constituency, but also to do their part to save the planet, and get burned in that is, as Gillette demonstrates, very, very high. So one thing that's really important in a program like this is to have that integrity, to have that accountability. And it's just not clear where that accountability lies. How do we hold another country accountable? How do we hold even another state accountable? I mean, it's very, very difficult. So there's a lot of things that are being done here more on trust than anything else. And so, one way out of this is to more quickly retire existing credits instead of extending them, and avoid handing out more free credits. There's a lot of problems in this system. The basis of it is sound. It could work, but the way it's being managed, and especially where the accountability lies, is just so fuzzy. It's hard to see it accomplishing what it needs to accomplish. The odds on us, we knew in 2017, 2018 that while we would hit the 2020 goals, there was no way we would hit the 2030 goals, let alone the next 10 years after that. So from what I can see, not much has changed since then. So why are we setting these targets? These targets aren't set just for fun. These targets are not just aspirational. They're supposed to be hard targets that programs like this are going to take us to. So if it's not working, if it's not getting there, we need to be rigorous in our analysis of why, and then very intentional. And at times, I'm going to use the word brutal about cutting off the waste and rewarding what's working, the winning pieces of it. And I've not seen that happening, and I'm happy to be wrong, but in my watching it, I haven't seen that happen. In the meanwhile, what I have seen is that prices on carbon credits keep rising. I mean, again, 8 years ago, we were looking at the first time ever markets that auctions where the sales weren't 100%, and everybody was touting doom for 2 auctions in a row, and then they took off again. And now carbon credit prices are through the ceiling, yet no matter how much money we throw at it through, again, this program, we don't seem to be any closer to actually hitting these hard targets that we've set. So, it just seems like, at the very least, we're entitled to answers as to why that's not happening, that are understandable and easy to explain to anybody who's curious, regardless of their background. And we definitely need some protection for folks who move into it in good faith and believe in it, and then just get screwed. So, how do we build that into the program as well?
Thank you, Kevin, and welcome, Tom. I see you've joined us via Zoom, and really appreciate the dialogue. So a couple of other pieces that I'll add on to that. In the IEMAC the comment letter to the IEMAC on their draft report, and recommendations we've made previously along those lines that you were speaking to, Kevin, of issues with other governments and the accountability. We have also recommended prohibiting international credits to be valid for compliance as a part of the offsets program. That also triggered 2 other things from my testimony in the legislature. I've heard many people mention and have started to wrap my head around, as the carbon markets convener, that low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade are both carbon markets. They are absolutely interlinked programs, and they should be considered together, because an impact on one program has an impact on the other. Just as one example, Chapter 4 of the draft IEMAC report, and something that there were lobbyists in the legislature to speak to, is this drumbeat around wanting money for carbon capture, use, and storage, and also for those programs to be creditable, which frankly is counterintuitive because it undermines the goal of carbon neutrality if you do something that's supposed to help you get net negative emissions, but then you issue a credit for it, first of all. Second of all, it can absolutely extend business as usual for oil companies who say, well, we're still drilling over here, but we're offsetting over here. And the potential for crediting through a low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade increases the likelihood that there will be double counting of those emissions reductions. So again, layer upon layer of issues there. And so one of the things that I closed in my testimony on Monday in saying is that low carbon fuel standard and cap and trade should really be considered together, because a change to one is going to impact the other. The other that I've uplifted before, but that also came up in the legislative testimony that I still don't have clarity on, is at our November EJAC meeting, CARB staff said that they do not have the legislative authority to implement something like no trade zones or facility level caps. And then Chair Randolph in the legislature said that CARB does. So we need clarity from CARB where you all have authority to make changes to the cap and trade program and where you need legislative direction. Any CARB staff who want to respond to that now, or any EJAC members with follow-up comments or questions as we look to wrap this item in the next 5 minutes?
So Catherine, this is Rajinder, and I want to follow up on the authority question. And so we've been using shorthand on authority, but when you look at the language in AB 398, it clearly speaks to aggregate caps. So anything that is not aggregate caps and something like facility caps is inconsistent with the direction in AB 398. And AB 398 governs the design of the program through 2030. So I want to make sure that we did close that loop and made sure that that misunderstanding was clarified on whether we did or didn't have the ability to add those facility caps in the program before 2030.
Thanks, Rajinder. So if I could just make sure that I'm following, then does that mean that you all would have the authority after 2030?
I think there's no design of the program post 2030. And so we could go through a public process and say what that design looks like.
Okay. And can you also just clarify for my sake what you mean when you say aggregate caps?
Caps across all the facilities that are covered by the program at the end of 2020. So there's very specific language in the bill that speaks about extending the current program and talking about in the concept of aggregate caps for everyone that's in the current program.
Okay, so I understand that being a limitation on the proposal for facility level caps, but no trade zones is not exactly the same concept. That's designating environmental justice communities where trading isn't allowed at all. So can you explain to me then, can you implement no trade zones?
There was a discussion about no trade zones for projects located in communities that was happening concurrent to the discussion on AB 398. None of the language on no trading made it into AB 398, and the other bill did not clear the floor.
Go ahead, Matt.
Why wouldn't existing civil rights law in the state allow for the discussion of no trading zones for overburdened communities? If the cap and trade program is going to exacerbate pollution burdens, we already have government code to protect those communities. They should be no-fly zones from jump.
I'm here to speak to what's in the bills and the conversations that were being had when AB 398 and AB 378 were moving forward. The broader conversation on how civil rights play into the climate programs or any programs at CARB needs to be fully vetted through our legal office. I'm not the right person to respond to the civil rights interaction with the environmental laws.
That question was for Ellen, and whether or not new statute outweighs existing government code on civil rights. Because it seems like they missed that.
And also, just to further clarify, I understand that language on no trade zones didn't make it into AB 398, but if the limitation that you're pointing to say you can't do it is aggregate caps, I don't see how that eliminates no trade zones. So are you saying that to implement either, you need legislative direction? Oh, and I see Ellen, if you want to go ahead as well. Ellen, we
Ellen,
can't
we
hear
can't
you
hear
if
you.
you're talking.
Nope. Hey, Ellen, we still can't hear you. Okay. I don't know if you wanted to go back, Virginia, to Catherine's question. We wait for Ellen to figure out the technology there.
No, I don't have more to say because I think the specific question we looked at was what was the language in AB 398, and we've answered that question. And if there's others, we're happy to take that back and come back with a more formal response on related matters. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think my follow-up question would be, I get the limitation on aggregate caps and facility level caps, but I'm not hearing anything that precludes you from implementing no trade zones. So the question would be, do you need legislative authority to implement no trade zones?
So again, the specific question we looked at was facility caps, not the no trade zone piece. And so we can go back and look at AB 398 and make sure that our attorneys are involved and being clear on what the language there says about no trading zones. Or doesn't
Got
say.
it. Okay, thank you. So I think Ellen dropped off and is probably trying to reconnect to address her issues with the fact we couldn't hear her. In the interim, are there any other EJAC members that have comments or questions? Matt, is that a tent card for now or before? Okay. Anybody on Zoom have comments or questions? Okay.
Just one quick one, Catherine. Just one quick comment. Just reinforcing, this is Kevin Hamilton, just reinforcing your comment that LCFS and cap and trade are inextricably, they are both carbon trading programs. They're inextricably linked together in our struggle to meet the goals that are set for 2030 for reductions. So both have to be successful in order for us to get there. One alone won't take us there, and it was designed that way. So at this point, both are very weak and have a lot of problems. And again, the fact that we're so far away from even that 2030 target really illustrates that. Whether you like it or not, they're failing. So, we've got to identify the problems and be rigorous and intentional about fixing them.
Thank you, Kevin. Definitely appreciate that and your work on the carbon markets work group with me to help me wrap my brain around these very complicated but definitely interrelated programs. So we are at the lunch hour, and I think we do relatively want to stay on time because we have a very robust set of panelists that we have invited. I think unless Ellen is on now and able to speak, then perhaps when we come back from the lunch break at 1:30, if she's available, we can hear from her then, and if not, follow up offline. I'm looking to CARB staff to see if that makes sense. Okay.
We do have people that are so let's just remind them that comment period.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So I've heard that there are also some folks on Zoom who have their hands raised, members of the public who would like to comment. Really appreciate that and definitely welcome public comment. So just a friendly reminder that public comment is going to occur twice today. When we come back from the lunch break, we're going to have two speakers on the low carbon fuel standard. One is an impacted community member. The other is a presentation from CARB staff. Then there will be an opportunity for public comment. So when you come back from the lunch break, definitely raise your hand to get yourself in the queue. We will then have a set of panelists after the first public comment session, and we will have another opportunity for public comment. So really welcome people commenting and want to make sure that you all know there will be two opportunities this afternoon. So seeing no other comments or questions from EJAC members, I'll wrap this item and pass it over to Radhika.
Back on or not, but that's fine. We can go for lunch and then come back. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Hi, everyone. So quorum has been achieved at this time. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for your patience. We are now going to transition to a discussion on the 45-day low carbon fuel standard regulation amendments package. And EJAC has arranged for a community speaker to come in and speak. Leslie Martinez, I see that you're on the line. Will you be speaking today?
Hi, everyone. It's Leslie Martinez with Leadership Council. Yes, I have David on the line. So just let me know when it's an okay point to start, and I will unmute him so he can begin his presentation.
Cue the item.
Thank you so much, Leslie and David, for making yourself available. This is Dr. Catherine. Really appreciate you all making the time, and we wanted to put you as the first speakers out of respect for time if you're not able to stay for the duration of the meeting. So just as a quick preview and reminder for both the public and for EJAC members, David will speak, and then we'll have a presentation we'll pause for questions, comments, and feedback with David. Then CARB staff from Industrial Strategies Division will present on the low carbon fuel standard. We will have discussion with them amongst the committee, and then we will open it up for public comment. So people who want to speak during public comment, I would encourage you to raise your hands and get in the queue. After public comment, we will return to a set of expert panelists that are listed on the agenda to dive deeper into the low carbon fuel standard. So that's going to include some analysts from Stanford, Nicole Rice with the California Renewable Transportation Alliance, and Jeremy Martin. And after each panelist goes, we will pause and have an opportunity for committee members to raise questions and ask comments. So just a friendly reminder to our committee members, please raise your hand on Zoom or put your 10 card up if you would like to speak. And with that, Leslie, we would be happy to hand it over to you and David to be able to share your perspective on community level impacts.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Catherine. So I'm Leslie Martinez. I have the honor of working with community residents throughout the San Joaquin Valley that are impacted by large scale dairy operations. We call them CAFOs. With that, I'm going to hand it over to David Rodriguez, who is on the leadership team of a group called Defenders for the Central Valley for Clean Air and Water. It's a group of residents from the San Joaquin Valley who have rallied together to really push for accountability from decision makers and staff alike at CARB. A little background is we have been engaging through the LCFS process basically since kind of the scoping plan, and residents have been at almost every workshop. Residents have been at every hearing, have met with board members, and unfortunately to no avail have not been heard. So we are really excited to let David speak more about his experience throughout this process and just overall, what this process means to him. So without further ado, David Rodriguez, you can start whenever you're ready. I have him on my phone, so if anyone can't hear, if they could just please let me know, that'd be great. Go ahead, David.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is David Rodriguez. I reside in Planada, California. Population 4,164 residents. Planada is in Merced County and has been designated as a severely disadvantaged community. That's even before the flood occurred in January of 2023. For years, we have endured putrid odors from a local dairy that's not even a mile away from our city limits. Hillcrest Dairy arrived in 2002 with over 3,000 cows. They now have over 8,000 cows. I have lived in Planada since 1960. In 2012, a group of Planada residents, including myself, complained to the Merced County Board of Supervisors to no avail. I have constantly called the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control in Modesto, California, that handles our area, and I've been informed that it is considered a nuisance call. I've had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., and have spoken to staff members of Senator Feinstein and other staff members of Senator Padilla and Representative Costa. Also in July 2022, we spoke with members of the EPA in Washington, D.C. I have been on numerous calls with CARB pertaining to environmental issues caused by dairies. A group of concerned citizens had a meeting with Leanne Randolph from CARBs in August 24, 2023 in Pixley, California. That's another small town that's been affected by dairies surrounding their area. I as well attended that meeting. It seems that our legitimate concerns are being ignored? Is it because millions of dollars are bringing from the dairy revenue to California? Is it because politicians who are dairy owners in local government, as well as state government, or is it apathy towards people of color who live in rural areas? It's profits over people. California, Oregon, and Washington State have enacted low carbon fuel standards, but California's Central Valley consistently experience the country's worst air quality, and climate change will make air quality worse. CARB continues to ignore community concerns about the impact of dairies and digesters. The state has encouraged and failed to regulate excessive dairy manure pollution at the expense of air, water, and local communities. The original program of the LCFS was to reduce carbon intensity by 10% in California by 2020. A single cow produces 154 to 264 pounds of methane gas per year. Senate Bill 1383, the 2016 legislation that solidified the methane reduction target into state law, required CARB to perform the analysis of the incentive-based program. But it also blocked the agency from implementing any new regulations for reducing the emissions until 2024. It seems that government-driven agriculture policies are legalizing pollution and the differential treatment of rural communities. Embellishing biogas as a solution to environmental pollution is a prime example of legalized pollution. We need to stop regulatory exceptionalism and to hold dairies from profiting from severely disadvantaged communities. We need to stop environmental injustice in California. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, David. So just to, quickly wrap it up in a bow, I think a lot of the things that David talks about, and, first I want to thank the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for always giving EJ communities somewhat a seat, the best seat at the table that I think we've had in a long time. I don't think we would have made it this far, raising these alarms if it wasn't for EJAC. So I just want to extend my gratitude for giving us the space to have this conversation. I also want to note that David is one story out of so many in the San Joaquin Valley that suffer from, really serious health impacts because of the dairies in the valley. And I just want to note for everyone who's going to have questions today, I really urge you to ask staff around why community concerns were completely ignored. If you look through the eyesore, you see that there wasn't, not one of the concerns that was raised by community was addressed by staff in the report at all. If you read it, you wouldn't even know that there was, a year and a half of really intense community advocacy around, just creating a fair program, one that addresses the issues. So again, I just want to thank everybody for being here today. I hope this conversation really pushes us to find solutions that are, not on the backs of Black and Brown communities in the San Joaquin Valley and elsewhere, because I think once we, if you look a little bit further outside of just the communities that live next to dairies, we also are seeing how these, the LCFS impacts refinery communities, and just continuing the perpetration of environmental racism in California. So with that, I again thank you, everybody. And if you have any questions for me or David, please let us know.
Thank you, Leslie and David. This is Dr. Catherine. I just wanted to express my gratitude for you all coming and all of the work that you do. We often hear from you all during public comment, but it's such limited time when you have to get in the queue and wait for a long period of time. So we felt it was really important to be able to give you this space to share and speak beyond the 3 minutes, and definitely appreciate that there are so many other stories out there that are also really important. So we are going to kick it off with questions and feedback from EJAC members. Martha Dina, go ahead.
Yes, again, thank you for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. One, are any of the permitting authorities that you've talked to responsive to your concerns?
No, not that we've seen. We actually, like, if you look through the environmental justice environmental justice chapter, there wasn't one mention of communities in the San Joaquin Valley or like the health impacts that could arise from such program and with the changes.
And recently I read a study that looked at communities who participate in oil and gas permitting and what happens when those community voices are ignored. And it actually can bring on depression and frustration and force communities to lose trust in government. These studies haven't been done in your community, but what do you think about that?
David, do you want to go ahead and answer that?
Yes, the first time you're right. It can cause depression, anger, anxiety, all rolled into one. Years ago, I remember the first issue I had with the dairy was the odor. And I live clear across the other side of town. There's other people that live closer to the dairy. As I stated earlier, it's not even a mile away from our town. I got angry. I was wondering, what the heck is that smell? And then I realized it was dairy, and it was continuing to affect us. And then after a while, when we've gone to the Board of Supervisors in Merced County, it's like goes in one ear and out the other. They'll listen to you patiently and nod their heads and some sort of agreement, but nothing is done because I really don't know why nothing is done. I don't know if it's apathy. I don't know if it's business. But it's the people like us in small towns in Pixley, Planada, who get the raw end of the stick. And it's just not fair. Like you said, anger, depression, and there's people who get sick from this odor. So what's going on? I don't know. It's disgusting.
Thank you.
And if I could really quickly just ask someone
Hopefully that answered you.
I think really quickly, like as someone who just organizes with communities on this, I also want to talk a little bit about just like as an organizer, but somebody who wants to include more people into the process of public policy. My desire is to for communities to really feel like they're being heard. Oftentimes in local government, we do struggle with that, as David was talking about. But it's really, I think the harder part is I don't know how I'm going to continue to ask people to engage in a public process, right? I don't know how I will continue to, when residents, when we talk about what it feels like to, travel to Sacramento, that's an entire day of work. That's an entire day that people are taking to really go and, fight for their communities, and not everyone can go, but I just don't know how I'm supposed to sustain engagement. I don't know how I'm supposed to continue to ask people to come out to workshops, to events, because just like you said, it makes people feel like they really don't matter. It makes people feel like they're not being listened to. And I think some of the residents that say it best, but they're like, we're just a rubber stamp. It doesn't matter if we go to this workshop or not, because they're at the end of the day, they're not going to care about what we have to say. They're going to do whatever, is part of their priority, or whoever is giving them direction to pursue this, whoever it may be, whether it's industry, whether it's their bosses, whatever it is. A lot of people do feel like decisions are made before they even get to community. The community engagement piece is just a checkbox that needs to be clicked, so they can move forward in the process.
Thank you.
So other EJAC members with comments and questions, please raise your hand on Zoom or put a 10 card up. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I wanted to just comment briefly on David's testimony. David, you're obviously very well versed in a whole host of community pollution and public health issues. I just can't imagine what you would have done with this portion of your life if you didn't have to learn about all of these policy originated issues in your community. You're literally out there protecting vulnerable populations from state level policies. And that's actually really the job of this agency and the Environmental Protection Agency. And Leslie, we just heard you talk about the burnout of trying to organize people around developing health protective measures, and the opportunity costs of preoccupying whole communities who are categorically overburdened, who are categorically injured by historic structures of white supremacy that are all rooted back to discrete acts of white violence. These are not controversial outcomes, but I feel like you guys are patching over a ton of the state's work plan. We have a ton of regulatory and enforcement agencies whose job it is to evaluate the public health impacts of these types of incentives. And we heard earlier today, staff from ISD, that's not a part of their analysis, right? You got to talk to the lawyers about civil rights considerations. And so it really feels like there's a missing regulatory, there's a missing, moral oversight in our regulatory agencies that really should be the preeminent public health institutions in our community. I'll leave it at that. I think everybody gets my point that we have overburdened communities that have been left out of the largesse of these economies. Greatest wealth creating agricultural region in all of human history, most poverty impacted households. So they're not really getting a shake out of this economy. But we're also having to invent and create structures of accountability because of the breakdown between probably a well-meaning policy and how it's implemented locally at local land use authorities. I don't know that everybody that works at this policy level understands the exhaustion and the burden that's put on people who are already overburdened in so many ways. And also, as I always say, there's plenty of government code that supports this organization being deliberate about making anti-racist policy adjustments and acknowledging the history of white supremacy and unequal outcomes in California.
Anybody else who would like to comment before we move on to the presentation from CARB staff?
I can't figure out how to raise my hand. Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin, and then I see also Tom. So Kevin and then Tom, go ahead.
So first I want to thank you for coming today. We all know what that means to take that day off work and lose that income that is so thin already, to advocate for your community so eloquently today. It was very well said. You made all good points that were deadly accurate, and I use the word deadly intentionally. This is what we see all over the valley. We're explained away that these are businesses that benefit their communities and provide jobs. All of that is true to a certain extent, but then we forget about the harms. So in business, you do a cost-benefit analysis. In healthcare, we do a cost-benefit analysis with regard to what happens to your health if this thing is a benefit. What's the offset? And there's nothing that you can bring forward, as far as I'm concerned, as a healthcare provider that balances some damage to somebody's health. Kids, pregnant moms, elders, vulnerable populations who are working outside all the time and facing this. I'm talking to dairy workers some years ago down in Delano. I posed this question to folks in the room who are all Spanish speakers and mostly dairy workers. And they love their jobs. But when we talked about, well, what if, do you understand that the emissions from this, the things that are in the air that you're smelling, that you smell at your house, are harming your family? Oh, well, I'm happy to die on my job, but I don't want it to hurt my family. And I think that's the piece that's often missing, is we don't understand, or we're not willing to understand and agree that, in fact, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to control these emissions. They call them fugitive because they can't be controlled. Yeah, they are fugitives. They're running away from the place they started into your neighborhood, into your community. And by the way, that doesn't make you the best neighbor in the world either. Even though you have the best intentions, it still doesn't make you a good neighbor. And it makes you potentially a disaster for those folks growing up there. So This needs to change. This just can't stand in this way. It's got to change. And now we're incentivizing it by claiming that because of the emission reduction we might get there, this is the only solution that we have. Yet there's already been solutions there that didn't require the state or anybody else, anybody pay a tax on it or anything like that. That solution was already in place as far as, say, controlling manure emissions. There was already practices going on for that. But here comes this program that says, hey, you've got bio waste. Hey, man, we've got this program. Let's channel that into some money. So here we are today with these mini disasters. I say mini because they're small towns. They're not mini to those folks. They're macro for them. And they're going to have to live with this and the effects of it for the rest of their lives. For some of them, there's no turning back. It's creating a problem that's chronic and going to affect their health for the rest of their lives. So again, I thank you so much for being here today. And we hear you and we're with you, man.
Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I just wanted to echo a lot of the other comments and say how much I appreciate, community members taking time out to come and speak to us. I was raised in East Stanislaus County, lived next to dairies almost my whole childhood, so I definitely understand the smell and the flies, and all the issues that come along with it. The groundwater contamination that we've seen in Stanislaus County and other areas, large part due to dairies and other unsustainable practices. I also wanted to echo a comment that I heard Leslie say that was almost exactly, I feel like, what I said a month ago when I was there in person and was talking about how, a facility is getting permitted right down the street from where I live in Riverbank. It is a disadvantaged community, and this project is going to increase emissions of air pollutants in the area. And all the explanations I've heard about this and that, the bottom line is this is government money coming through these programs like LCSF, leading to this facility making biofuels in a disadvantaged community and increasing air pollution. And when the permit came through the air district, it was exactly like Leslie said. It even says, we're opening it to public comment to comment on our approval of the project. That was even the way it was worded. It was almost like the decision has already been made. But we'll hear what you have to say. And then they decided to go ahead. No community outreach, no community meetings. Valley Improvement Projects had to hold our own meeting to bring community members out so that we can talk about the project and the emissions that are added in the application don't even include the number of trucks that are going to be coming out, close to 100 a day added to the roads there in our community. And so I just wanted to echo this almost exactly what I said last month. I said, I've been on this committee for, going on 2 years, over 2 years now. Can't even remember. Been involved in the Air District's Environmental Justice Advisory Group for several years. And it just seems like at the end of the day, we still haven't figured out a way to just say, can we do this stuff without increasing any pollution in a disadvantaged community? And it came up during the cap and trade conversation about no trade zones. And it just seems like for all of this work, for all the complexness of these regulations and how much effort and time and resources go into all this, we still are overlooking what I was told, this committee was all about and what all of this work is all about, why Cal EPA departments have environmental justice departments and staff. And we still, at the end of the day, are giving taxpayer money so that people can pollute more in disadvantaged areas that are 70-80% people of color. In our instance in Stanislaus County, mostly Latino communities, with documents that aren't in Spanish, with no community workshops or meetings, and it just keeps going on and on. So I felt that comment, Leslie, and I'm feeling the exact same way. You know, what has all this been for? What am I going to tell the community when the next thing gets approved? Yeah, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Yeah, I just wanted to again thank everyone for letting us speak today. And I do want to say though that like although the comments that are coming from David and I seem a little, I think, defeatist, like we are in a position where we can still make changes to the LCFS. We are in a position where we Leadership Council, along with many other organizations, have sent like not just complaints, but a real solution to how we can move forward in a more just way that won't support supporting polluting industries. We think that even looking, I do want EJAC to also, keep in the back of their mind that like the CARB staff does have the authority to start regulating methane from livestock. It is a power that the legislature did give them, and that they have not acted on it. There's no word if they're going to act on it. And oftentimes I think you'll hear that we hate dairies or whatever, but at the end of the day too, I just want to note that climate change is here. We all know that, and factory farming is not going to be something that we are going to be able to continue, whether we want to admit it today or tomorrow or in 20 years when it's too late. And the smaller dairies in California are disappearing. The ones that can't have digesters, the ones that, are trying to get more funding for different ways of, different ways of reducing their pollution. There are real ways that we can benefit. Everyone can be happy, and it won't come at the cost of somebody's kids' lungs. So, as you move forward today, and as you think about more recommendations to submit, I really implore you to think about some of the things you're going to hear from the other speakers today that get into more of the weeds of everything. But at the end of it, I want folks to just remember that when we're talking about a digester, this is in somebody's backyard. This is these are dairies that are growing. These are not 10 cows. Like, we're talking upwards of 2,000 cows. And that is a lot of cows that contaminate water, air, smell. And I think I'll just leave you this with one of her name is Kathy, and Kathy and Leonard, they live in Planada as well. And it was their first time going into Pixley, and we gave them a tour of the community that is surrounded by dairies and also has all these digesters. It has a digester where they, inject directly into the pipeline. And, when we took them around, the first thing Kathy said was, "This can't happen to where I live. I don't want this to happen where I live. I don't want to become this type of community." And I think it's important to remember that these are community members who just want clean air. They just want to be able to have their grandbabies come to their house, because as of now, Kathy's grandkids don't like to, because it smells. And with that, I thank you for your time. Look forward to continuing to work with you and staff on how we can create real sustainable solutions for our future. And thanks for having me and David.
Thank you, Leslie and David. Your coming to speak with us today is not only important to me as an EJAC co-chair, but also as an asthmatic who grew up in Madera near a dairy and near a neighborhood called Dairyland. These stories definitely resonate and hit home for a lot of us, and your voices are critically important, as frustrating as the process can be. Oftentimes on EJAC, I feel like we're really tiny, and relative to the forces that we're working to inform, we don't have a ton of power, but we are working to support you, and I am happy to be co-powering solutions with you all. We absolutely put pieces in our EJAC resolution on the low carbon fuel standard around things like direct regulation of methane emissions from dairies, based off of feedback, support, organizing, and input from you all. So really, really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. And of course, you're welcome to stay to hear the other panelists, and otherwise, we are going to turn next to a presentation from CARB staff on the 45-day package.
So hi, everyone. This is Rajinder Sahota, the Deputy Executive Officer for Climate Change and Research here at CARB. I want to first start by saying to Leslie and David that we do hear all the input that we get, whether it's community meetings, whether it's the EJAC, whether it's the letters, whether it's the calls or the meetings that we hold independently with stakeholders. Our job is to take all of that in from all sides and then balance the requirements and statutes to come up with proposals that are responsive to statutes and balance all of the information and requests that we get. That is what the 45-day proposal is. Often, no one likes everything in any regulation that CARB does. But I don't want there to be an impression that we don't engage or we don't care or we don't hear you. In fact, we would be happy to sit down and talk through the rulemaking process because we are required to respond to all of the formal input that we get. And we do have to do air pollution analyses and put that information out. And that is put out as part of the 45-day and even along the informal process that leads up to the 45-day. So we're always available and happy to walk through the different steps that we do in a rulemaking that are dictated in statute and where to find some of the work that we have to do in terms of getting a regulation ready for public consultation. So this presentation is to really walk through the 45-day package on the proposed amendments to the low carbon fuel standard. Slide 2, please. So since the beginning, LCFS has been designed to move us away from high carbon fuels such as gasoline and diesel. It is also designed to incentivize and support implementation of our ZEV regulations. And as we move towards more ZEVs on our roadways, we will see greater greenhouse gas reductions and air pollution because it's our transportation sector that causes the most harmful air pollution and greenhouse gases in the state. Next slide, please. You've all seen this slide before. It shows a long history at CARB to decarbonize the transportation sector through many of the vehicle regulations the board has adopted. Many of these also support our SIPs to achieve federal air quality targets. But to be ultimately successful, it also takes clean fuels to support clean vehicles, and that is where LCFS comes in. We also need to set a long-term signal for investment in those clean fuels because there are costs for infrastructure. There are costs to making sure that fueling stations are on the ground and that we have them in the right place. And that is what we will absolutely need to be successful in transitioning off of fossil fuels on our roadways to zero-emission vehicles on our roadways. Slide 4. So the LCFS is very intertwined with moving to clean vehicles, that in many of the regulatory analyses to support the rulemakings of the ZEVs, the total cost of ownership includes the fuel subsidy the LCFS provides to clean fuels. What that means is that the vehicle regulations accounted for LCFS to help lower the cost of ownership as those regulations were being developed, designed, and debated in the public workshops. And that is true for all of the regs on this page. Without LCFS, the cost of implementation of those zero-emission regulations increases. So a narrative that the proposed amendments would hamper transition to ZEVs is simply not true because the ZEV regulations actually include LCFS subsidy for clean fuels in them, and they are part and parcel of those vehicle regulations that have gone to the board and been approved by the board. This step on LCFS is the last step in making sure that we can be successful in deploying those vehicle regulations. It's also the right time to update LCFS because we review and adjust regs after we conclude every scoping plan update. Those periodic reviews allow updates based on science, based on implementation experience, based on new data, and those updates happen periodically, and it's not that we set any policy in statute and then walk away and then never look at it again. We're constantly updating our programs. Along with developing these regulations and updates, we always use modeling to help inform and compare across scenarios. But the drivers for this LCFS set of amendments is the approved technology regulations and updated statutes on climate. Next slide, please. So over the next few slides, I'm going to highlight the support to clean technology that has been there historically and projected in the 45-day package of amendments that has been out for public comment. What you see in this table is the credit value provided to ZEV fuels, zero emission fuels and infrastructure, historically and moving forward. You can see historically that we have given an estimated value of $1.1 billion to dispense to ZEV fuel. You can also see that there's $100 million for capacity. That is credit value to support dispensing fuel, even when the demand for that fuel hasn't been there. We are already giving credits for the potential future demand for ZEVs, and this is important because it means the existence of a diverse set of fuels that can generate credits does not crowd out other credits or fuels. We are giving out credits for the potential to dispense for ZEVs, as seen in the slide, when the demand has not been there. I have followed up with some of the stakeholders that have said that, having a diverse set of fuels can crowd out other fuels in the program. That doesn't actually hold true when you look at the data in the program to date. Fuels don't compete with each other. And in 2045, just a single year, the estimated proposed credit value to electricity is 3.45 billion and 400 million to hydrogen. Next slide, please. So this next slide shows the significant estimated value under the proposed amendments for infrastructure to dispense heavy-duty electricity and hydrogen fuel. The estimates of the proposed amendments are that you could pay for 1.5 times the capital costs for these fueling charging stations and hydrogen stations, and that would fully meet the demand of heavy-duty vehicles that are ZEVs through 2030 and almost all of 2035. And that is significant because that means that not only do our regs have the push on ZEV deployment, the technology deployment, but we are following up with the right incentives in LCFS to build the fueling infrastructure for that ZEV deployment. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the cumulative credit value between 2025 and 2045 for electricity and hydrogen used for ZEVs. That is billions for both of those. And drop-in clean fuels for legacy combustion vehicles, because as Matt will talk about, there are going to be legacy combustion vehicles, are estimated to get far less than the 27 billion number that has been claimed in the media and recent media stories. So there is a huge and significant investment in the clean fuels to support the zero-emission vehicles across all fleets in this proposed regulatory package. Next slide, please. And it's not just on-road ZEVs that LCFS supports. You can see on this slide all of the other regulations and transit that has been historically supported by LCFS, and LCFS will continue to support all of these regulations and these technologies. To date, the value on this slide is about $2 billion worth of credit value. And so we touch on not just on-road, we touch on off-road, we touch on transit, whether it's buses or whether it's fixed guardrail. LCFS will continue to support investment in all of these. Next slide. So I think it's worth talking about something that keeps coming up and has come up several times in the last few months, and that is the relationship between LCFS prices and implementation costs and what people pay at the pump. And what you're looking at on this slide is the credit value in red, and then the prices you pay for a gallon of gasoline averaged at the pump. And there is no correlation between the two. This is actual data that has been collected and compiled. And the fossil industry talking points are not supported by the actual data. There is also modeling that has been done by Michael Warren and his team at Stanford, which has been advanced as having less cost than the staff proposal. But what is clear is that when staff met with that team, that the modeling for the EJ scenario is not consistent with the legal requirements that we must use when doing our regulatory analyses. And they were endeavoring to model specific asks made to them by advocates. So it's not an apples to apples comparison when we talk about costs or outcomes. And Matt will go into more detail on that in his portion of the deck. And as said at the legislative hearing earlier this week, we can't fall into the trap of misinformation on cost to stop climate action. Energy costs are more susceptible to other factors beyond climate action or environmental protection regulations. And the chair indicated at the legislative hearing that there is a greater cost for inaction in the form of health, environmental, and economic impacts. So when we talk about a cost benefit analysis, we traditionally have to talk about the cost of actually doing a regulation. We are only now starting to make progress and significant progress and thinking about the benefits and quantifying the benefits of those. And we don't fully capture the benefits. And so that has to always be clear, is that even a simple cost benefit analysis isn't going to give the full picture of the benefit of moving on a regulation or a policy. And then there's one last point on this slide. There was a recent article in the Sacramento Bee that quoted an outdated and incomplete cost data analysis that has been used by the Western States Petroleum Association on a flyer to lobby against climate action in the state. The oil industry continues to believe that LCFS is a threat to their livelihood and their market share of transportation fuel. If they didn't, they wouldn't be using all of the efforts and flyers and recent news articles to continue to lobby against the program across the street at the Capitol. Next slide, please. And then this slide summarizes the outcomes to date. It's one we've used in previous presentations, and it really shows that over time, LCFS has delivered outcomes. It has displaced diesel fossil fuel in the state and delivered PM and NOx benefits. It has reduced the carbon intensity of our overall transportation pool of fuels. And it does support $4 billion annually to support investment in low carbon fuels. And it supports those critical ZEV regulations that are getting at air pollution and greenhouse gases towards our state targets. And it has also provided financial assistance for vehicle purchases at both the state and local level through partnerships with the utilities. So I want to pass to Matt, but I will be around to help answer questions once he concludes. Matt?
Thank you, Virginder, and thanks to the Environmental Advisory Committee for having me here today. My name is Matt Botil. I'm the Division Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the rulemaking proposal and the process to develop the rulemaking proposal and some of the analyses that we did as part of that rulemaking proposal. So next slide, please. As you're all aware, in December of last year, CARB staff posted the initial rulemaking proposal to amend the LCFS. And with this rulemaking package, we included hundreds of pages of analyses and rationale for the proposed regulatory changes. We included almost 200 pages of environmental analysis, where we looked at the potential compliance responses that could result from updating the regulation, as well as the potential environmental impacts. We also conducted extensive alternative analysis, looking at the fuels, greenhouse gas emissions, and air quality differences across a number of options, including the staff proposal. And then we also updated our modeling tools and the calculators that we use to do life cycle assessment, and published all of this material publicly on our website on December 19th, well before the 45-day requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act. Next slide, please. See if I can be a little clearer. I'm hearing my audio might not be coming in. This wasn't the first time that we made information publicly available on the rulemaking updates. And in fact, this came after extensive efforts by the staff to share information in the public and in a transparent and fair way. We've held 9 public workshops, and those began in late 2021 on potential changes. And for every workshop, we posted slides, the workshop recordings, and had public comment dockets that were available for public review and for commenting. We had 3 workshops specifically dedicated to the modeling work that supports the regulatory analysis. And for each of those modeling focused workshops, we posted the technical support documentation that has the equations and the methodologies that are used in the model. And then we also posted modeling input sheets to show how we parameterize the model. And we also posted updates to the modeling tool itself as we refined that modeling tool over time in response to staff work and in response to public comments that came in on the model. But we did this to provide transparency in the modeling approach that we are using for the rulemaking analysis. We understand that as critically important to being able to analyze these various different options of low carbon fuel deployment. And so we wanted to make sure that that information was there publicly. We also held 2 community workshops on the LCFS in the evening hours and with bilingual translation. And this was a first for the LCFS, and but something that we felt that was important to do, particularly given requests from this committee and the ongoing comments coming in from advocates and community members about wanting to discuss some of the provisions of the LCFS. And this goes to Rajinder's point earlier about hearing those comments and taking in that feedback and considering it and adjusting the proposal accordingly. We had 2 informational board hearings on the LCFS, first a joint hearing with the board members in this committee, and then a second informational hearing with the board to gather input and feedback from them on the program and the potential changes. And then at every one of these workshops, meetings, and board hearings, we publicly posted materials and opened comment dockets to solicit feedback from those materials and on these meetings. And we've received substantial comments. All of this information, the comments, the materials, the modeling tools, it's all available on CARB's website for review. And this goes beyond just these formal events. Through the past 1.5 years, 2 years, we've met with stakeholders on this rulemaking and on the LCFS. That's included people on this panel today. We've discussed the LCFS proposal with external modelers, Michael Warren and his team, ITS, and others. And we've met with some of the panel members that we're going to hear from later today, UCS and Justice and others, to discuss crop-based biofuels and other topics. And we've met with numerous stakeholders to discuss dairies, ZEV deployment, timing and crediting, program stringency, and a host of other topics. This slide here says dozens of meetings with stakeholders, and that's a conservative estimate. I think if I were to go and actually tally up one by one the number of meetings that we've had on the LCFS across all stakeholders, we're easily in the hundreds. Next slide, please. So, as Rajinder mentioned, the comments and the feedback we received on the program stakeholders has been diverse, both in content and from the individual stakeholders themselves. And it's impossible to capture every comment on just one slide. But this slide is meant to give you a sense of the feedback that has come to us. We've been asked to strengthen the carbon intensity targets, and we've been asked to do that to provide long-term price signals for the program to support carbon neutrality and investment in decarbonization options between now and 2045. We've been asked to really just maximize crediting opportunities, do not constrain crediting at all, provide as much crediting possibility as possible across all potential alternative fuels. We've been asked to reduce the use of combustion fuels and to eliminate certain crediting opportunities like biomethane and others in the program. And then we've been asked to focus this program on health and economic benefits in communities burned by the current transportation system as well. And so this is just a mix of the types of, or a short summary of the types of comments and the mix of comments that we've received. Next slide, please. As we've developed the rulemaking updates, we've focused on a number of key concepts, and these objectives are really aligned with our 2022 scoping plan, as well as the comments and the input we've received from the board and from our stakeholders. And these include the bullets on the slide: increasing the stringency of the program really to help displace more fossil fuels, strengthening the equity provisions to promote investment in disadvantaged and low-income rural communities. And this goes to strengthening those provisions that Rajinder mentioned with respect to ZEV deployment and vehicle charging, particularly in disadvantaged and low-income communities and communities burdened by poor air quality. Focusing on the need to decarbonize more difficult sectors like aviation by including the alternative jet fuel in the program. And then looking at ways to incentivize some of the clean fuels needed and identified in the scoping plan, and that the federal government is supporting through the Inflation Reduction Act for deeper decarbonization, like low carbon hydrogen and others. And then based on feedback that we've received, also looking at the long-term trajectory and considering guardrails on crop-based fuels to avoid potential increasing risk for deforestation and other impacts. These are all part of the staff's proposal. Next slide, please. in addition to the key rulemaking concepts, there are also some other factors that staff have weighed in designing the proposed rulemaking. And one of those, and I'm going to get into some specifics here in a second, is the clear difference between the light duty sector and the medium and heavy duty sector when we talk about technology changes in fuel demand. These segments have very different needs and solutions, and one clear example is the fuel demand and the ability for VMT reductions to be an effective solution in these two different sectors. Certainly an option in the light duty sector to help reduce fuel demand, but in the heavy duty sector, a less of an option to help on reducing demand. Next slide, please. I know we're kind of running late on time, so I'm going to try and speed up a little bit. This slide summarizes staff's 45-day proposal, including updating provisions to deploy more ZEV charging infrastructure, as well as provisions to help protect against concerns with crop-based biofuels, as I mentioned earlier. All right, let's go to the next slide. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on these ones because they're a little dense. So when we at CARB think about the low carbon fuel standard, we are looking at the whole transportation fuel system. We're thinking about the nearly 30 million vehicles on the road in California, which includes all of the passenger vehicles and trucks driving up and down California roadways. And how can we move those vehicle fuels away from fossil fuel use and support clean alternative fuels in those vehicles that emit less greenhouse gas emissions and less harmful air pollution? So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about staff's analysis that we did for the proposed rulemaking and some of the key inputs and outputs and how we think about that system. And one of the most important questions we consider is, what does the vehicle population look like in the future? So this slide shows the total light-duty vehicle stocks, the total light-duty vehicle stocks into the future. And this is not just new vehicle purchases, but all vehicle stocks that would result from implementation of California's Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation. I think you all know that we're making, as a state, significant strides here, and some of the more recent news about 1 in 4 new light-duty vehicle purchases recently being ZEVs is a significant accomplishment. But even with this, ZEVs still represent a fraction of the total vehicles driving on the road. We're successful in implementing our vehicle regs. By 2030, 2 in 10 of the vehicles on the road will be ZEVs, which means that there will be something like 20 million internal combustion engine vehicles still consuming gasoline in 2030. Let's go to the next slide. And the story is even different, even more different in the heavy duty sector, where there's a longer turnover here in the heavy duty sector than in the light duty markets. These you can see here on the right, the gray bars representing the diesel fuel demand into the future between 2024 and 2045. And unlike the light duty market, given the turnover timeframe for these trucks and the regulations, ACF and ACT, with full implementation of these regulations, we still expect that liquid diesel fuel demand will be high through the end of this decade and into early 2030s. So I know we've gotten a lot of feedback that maybe we're not able to accurately predict the future of ZEV deployment and fuel demand. And I want to say, yes, that's true. There's uncertainties in the future, and that it's possible that ZEV deployment, particularly light duty and heavy duty, exceeds our regulatory requirements. And if that were to happen, that would be a great outcome for the states. We'd get more greenhouse gas reductions, more quality improvements. But when we do a regulatory analysis, like we have to do for the LCFS and the proposal that's in front of us, we have to conservatively assume the regulations are implemented as they're written. And that means we have to rely on the ZEV deployments and adoption rates for this rulemaking that are based off of those rulemakings. And so that means using these curves of fuel demand and vehicle deployment in our analyses. If in the future, I jumped again on the slide there. if in the future we find that, and Rajinder spoke to this, that ZEV deployment is happening at a faster clip than we anticipated, we always have the option of reopening the LCFS rulemaking. So we're on slide 20 here. Thank you. With those vehicle deployment curves that I showed earlier, we're able to better understand what future fuel demand may be. And that's where our modeling work comes in, to be able to say, what are the different types of fuels across these categories, both within the zero emission vehicle category, electricity and hydrogen, and within the liquid fuel category, both traditional fossil-based fuels as well as alternative liquid fuels. And so under all of the scenarios we evaluated, we see significant electrification by 2045. That's this yellow bar on the right that you can see on this slide. But comparing both the staff proposal with the option we evaluated at the request of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee as part of the resolution, we do see some clear differences in the 2030s and early 2040s on how liquid fuel demand will be met. Notably, with the caps limiting the supply of biomass-based diesel in the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee scenario, there is a need for more fossil diesel to meet fuel demand that is persisting. As you can see on this slide, in 2030, this results in a need for almost over 900 million more gallons of fossil diesel in the EJAC scenario under our modeling. And over the full years we analyze, this is close to 10 billion more gallons of fossil diesel demand. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through these a little bit more quickly. I know we're short on time, but the next few slides describe the various different options we did evaluate and put into the rulemaking record and the regulatory proposal. There were ultimately 4 options that we analyzed for fuel demand and supply, costs, and air quality and health. Staff's proposal is here on the screen. And you can see the greenhouse gas benefits, the health benefits that come from reduced fossil fuel use, and then the costs associated with action under the LCFS and the staff proposal for increasing the stringency to 30% CI reduction by 2030 and 90% by 2045. Go to the next slide, please. There's results here on the environmental justice and / EJAC scenario that are also contained in the staff report, and along the bottom here, you can see the differences between this and the staff proposal with respect to less greenhouse gas benefits. There is in the analysis that we did, an increase in health costs, and that comes from more reliance on fossil diesel, and then a higher cost overall, given the limitations on crediting that come from ending biomethane crediting and limiting biomass-based diesel. That drives additional costs for finding credits that may not be available. And in this last bullet, we did struggle to resolve compliance with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee scenario because we were unable to identify enough credit generating opportunities to be able to meet these more stringent carbon intensity reductions that we included and that are necessary to help get us to carbon neutrality by 2045. Next slide, please. There were another couple options that we also analyzed in the staff report. I'm not going to speak to these in too much detail, but one was a less stringent program that did not have the 30% target that we had in the staff proposal or the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee proposal. And then another alternative that we analyzed was a more stringent program, and that one brought in more costs with the additional stringency. Next slide, please. So there have been a number of external modeling efforts that have been conducted to also look at this question. Notably, Stanford and Mr. Warren and his team, which I know you'll hear a presentation from later, have conducted modeling for the EJAC. And they used the CARB-developed tools that we have been releasing and putting out publicly to analyze a scenario for the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Based on our review, as Rajinder mentioned, we do not think that that analysis actually conforms to the regulatory standards that we have or the statutory standards that we have for doing rulemaking analysis, which means including the fuel and vehicle demands curves that I showed earlier. And it also did not include an analysis out to the later years, 2040, 2045, which, in our analysis shows a much more stringent program and need for more electrification and crediting opportunities to get to deeper decarbonization in 2045. UC Davis and ITS also recently released a paper evaluating the compliance under the LCFS under the current proposal, and staff are still evaluating that information and looking at it and to understand what additional information may be able to be gained and adjusted into our approach with respect to particularly biomass-based diesel. There were a number of comments made about how in the upcoming decades, biomass-based diesel may crowd out other investments, and we're still trying to understand how that could happen given the vehicle and technology curves that we have to include in our rulemaking analyses that I showed earlier. Next slide, please. So just to put a final point on this, we are looking at these other modeling efforts and the work that has been done outside of CARB staff, and they have raised a number of important questions that we are continuing to evaluate, including the availability of additional non-biofuel credit generating opportunities this decade, particularly given the vehicle stocks that are going to persist. Questions on the availability of renewable diesel volumes given recent production announcements and where those renewable diesel volumes will come from, both in terms of geographically and from a feedstock perspective, and what the carbon intensity of those renewable diesel volumes will be. The effect of making the program more stringent, which has kind of a counterbalancing effect. If we make the program even more stringent than it currently is, some of those biomass-based diesel fuels may ultimately become deficit generating. That is, they no longer generate credits. And so we are looking at how would this trade-off impact potential compliance and costs and emissions if the program became more stringent and certain fuels no longer were credit generating in the program. And then finally, we're looking at this question about how we could address some of the concerns around cost and the availability of alternative fuels in legacy combustion engines. As Rajinder mentioned, there's been a lot of feedback on potential costs and what are some of the alternatives, and welcome feedback from this committee and others to help reduce costs, particularly in the light duty sector. Is it more credit generating opportunities like more ethanol deployment or additional alternative fuels that we should be considering? So welcome feedback from you all and others on those topics. Next slide. And then in closing, we did, as part of our listserv announcement delaying the March board hearing, we did announce that we plan to hold an additional workshop for additional public input in April. And the focus of that workshop will be on looking at additional modeling and scenario analysis associated with the stringency, and also having a discussion on the sustainability concerns that have been raised and the guardrails that were proposed in staff's 45-day proposal. We will be making information available publicly. We'll be posting that information available on our website prior to that workshop so that so that stakeholders have an opportunity to be able to evaluate that information and provide feedback. We will be posting a comment docket for additional input as part of that workshop. And we will be sharing as much information on the modeling and the input sheets and the information behind the staff presentation as possible for that workshop. And so that is it for me. I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions from the EJAC. Thank you again for giving me the time to talk.
Thank you, Matt and Rajinder. This is Dr. Catherine. So just a couple of process points first, and then definitely some questions. So next we'll go to discussion among the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, starting with work group members and then opening it up to folks. So again, please use your tent card or raise your hand. For people waiting to give comment during the public comment period, either in the room or online, if you haven't signed up yet or raised your hand in the Zoom, please do that. And remember, we will have a second public comment opportunity after our following panelists. So Matt and Rajinder, now turning to the discussion portion, appreciate your time in providing us this overview. I know it's a bit overdue because of previous requests for you all to come and speak. There were some scheduling and staffing challenges. That being said, as a co-chair and the carbon markets convener who prepped with all of my panelists and asked them to respect the principle that we abide by at EJAC of equity of airtime, want to clearly communicate expectations that in the future, it would be helpful to have presentations that are more along the lines of 5 to 10 minutes, which is generally what we ask panelists to share. Recognizing and appreciating this is a very complex program and you all had a lot to cover. Happy to give you grace today. And also it's a lot of information for people to take in. So expect that we may need to even have additional follow-up conversations. I also wanted to mention that our speakers were asked to turn in their slides by Monday. And I found the Industrial Strategy Division slides on social media on Monday evening, but as a committee member, I didn't actually receive them until Wednesday. So in terms of working on transparency and dialogue, I think we have a bit of a ways to go and unfortunately seem to still be talking past each other in certain ways. So I would like to turn then to slide 9, which was specifically referenced in the post. So slide 9 says, an assessment of observed market prices shows conclusively that the LCFS program price effect at the pump is not a significant driver of retail fuel prices in California. However, the post said, the truth about the California low carbon fuel standard and retail gas prices is that there is no, N-O, in caps, relationship between the two. So saying that something is not a significant driver is not the same thing as saying that there is no impact, right?
Is that a question for CARB?
Yes. I'm asking you to clarify the statement, not a significant driver versus no impact. Would you agree that those are two different things?
So there's always a lot of context that matters in these situations. What you see on that slide is the assessment that was made by the folks that reviewed that data and then put a paper together. And that's where we pulled that quote from. So they should speak for what their own words are there. In terms of no impact or some impact, I think that there could be an impact. I don't think it could be anywhere from 0 to anything the oil companies want, because there's a lack of transparency in what they are putting into pricing at the pump.
Right, and recognizing there are multiple variables that determine prices at the pump, I just wanted to distinguish between saying it's not a significant driver and it has no impact are two different things. And then, following up on that, obviously part of the rulemaking process is to potentially change the program, including things like carbon intensity scores for certain fuel types. So the impact could change moving forward, right? Meaning the significance of the impacts could change based on the changes to the rules. Would you agree with that, Rajendra? Or clarify?
No, because you can see in the graph that we had on there that the program benchmarks have been getting more stringent. At the same time, prices were getting lower for the fuels. And as prices for credits got lower, then prices for fuel still continued to go higher. So I think it's important to know that there is no pattern when you look at prices at the pump with what's going on in the program. And even if the program is more stringent, depending on what's going on how successful it is at turning over the fossil fuel pool, you could have different impacts in the prices at the pump.
Right. So I think essentially we're saying the same thing, which is that if you make changes to the program, it's difficult to use historical data to say that moving forward, it's not going to have a significant impact.
I don't think that's, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is we've got the data to show there's no real correlation or relationship between credit prices and prices at the pump. That hasn't materialized in any meaningful way. So to say that some kind of estimated price on a worst case scenario and some analytical work accurately predicts what happens in the future, that is not a reliable way to think about it either. It's unknown because there's no transparency in how oil companies price fuel at the pump.
Yeah, I still think we're saying the same thing. You can't use the historical data and the historical trends to determine whether there will be a significant impact moving forward or not. So a couple of follow-up questions still on this slide. Who conducted the research?
Bates and White. It's a the link is right there, so you can go to it. But the data is all public data that we've looked at on our website and on the EIA website. So it's all public data that's been pulled from public websites owned by a government agency, ourselves, and then the energy agency.
And who was the research funded by?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the data is accurate because it reflects our prices.
Okay, I'll take a look into that and see if I can find out who funded it. I also wanted to point out that while Stanford has been able to do analysis using the GREET model, as far as I know, they still haven't been able to access the data for the CATS modeling, which makes it really difficult to do an assessment and follow along and provide substantive feedback. So I wanted to ask why the CATS modeling data hadn't been shared and if it will be.
So we have posted multiple versions of the CATS model itself on our website. You can download it and run it. And then we have also posted multiple versions of the input sheets that are needed to run the CATS model. And then we've also had conversations with the Stanford team on questions they've had about the model and how to utilize it. And that is in addition to the technical documentation that's posted on the website. I think there was a question about the modeling data used for the staff's proposal, and we have answered those questions over email to various different requests, and then we are planning to make additional information public on the modeling input sheets that we are revising as part of the upcoming workshop in April. So.
All right, so just one more point, and then I'm going to pass it to you, Kevin Hamilton, for your questions and appreciate your work with me on the work group about this. So recently there was a really good article that we can be sure to circulate later from Canary Media about the low carbon fuel standard. And there's a quote from a board member in there that says, "We regulate every major source of methane and greenhouse gas emissions, but not the dairies. Instead, consumers pay them through the costs that fuel refiners and sellers in the state must pay for the low carbon fuel standard credits that are added to the cost of gasoline and diesel fuel sold in the state." Kevin, over to you.
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Matt and Rajinder, for being here today. It's always a pleasure. So where to start? Bates and White, by the way, easy enough to look up. It's they're a private economic consultant group for mainly law firms filing lawsuits, but also governments and other companies. They don't publish peer-reviewed research. And so this is an economic assessment they did for somebody. And so you just have to wonder. And reinforcing what Catherine said, the variable that's missing from this is we don't know if it's missing. It's doing if it's doing past to date, then it is impossible to predict going forward because we haven't yet seen enough volume of EVs and hydrogen vehicles on the market to start to really displace. And this comment was made, I think, by Rajinder or Mark earlier, that even though the new car volume has gone up 25%, still, far and away gasoline cars outnumber EVs on the road. So you could argue that the oil and gas companies haven't actually felt the pressure of a reduced demand for their fuel at this point to where this would be a fact. Now, as customers get thinner, then I think these costs that they're notorious for passing through to their customers, as do many businesses, if they want to stay in business, are likely to have this impact. But that would be a different kind of analysis. So this slide to me is meaningless. It's a brute force evaluation of one thing against another that don't have enough relationships right now because the drivers that would push one or the other aren't really in place. And that's a lack of customer base for that fuel. So as long as there's adequate customer base, you're right, Rajinder, they'll change their prices in whatever way they do. And they're totally not transparent as the data that as it seems to be getting the data from CATS that Catherine mentioned earlier. So would you disagree with that?
So the data in the graph is not data generated by any company. That data is from public records owned by
No, I
government
got that.
agencies,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
So in terms
I
of
said that. Yeah.
in terms of the prices, there are multiple papers out there that talk about how programs like Clean Fuels Programs, Low Carbon Fuel Standard add more options and fuel providers into the market. So a limited pool of fossil fuel providers that can control a market, can control prices at the pump, that gets diluted when you have other new fuel producers in the market. And that does put pressure on those existing fossil fuel providers, because if they want to maintain some market share and be an attractive option for transportation fuels, they have to compete with a much larger diverse set of clean fuel producers. There are papers out there that speak to that.
Absolutely. And do you actually believe that, and you're right, I agree with that. If there was a sufficient volume of those alternative fuels, which they're not, of course, none of the papers that I've read suggest that at all. This is all speculative, that pressure would happen, which is exactly what I'm saying.
So
again, you're really talking, as I am, this is a more theoretical, the actual pressure is a loss of customer base for these fuels that is significant. And I would argue that there is no literature that demonstrates that these alternative fuels have shown up in enough volume to in any way threaten the fossil fuel industry.
So Kevin, I have a question, because we showed on one of the slides that 60% of the fossil diesel demand is being met by lower carbon liquid fuels. If 60% isn't meaningful, what would you say is meaningful, just so we have a marker in our heads?
So in that low carbon, you didn't say no carbon fuels. In fact, those fuels do contain some hydrocarbons. So the industry has definitely figured out how to crack its product and make sure that it still is able to fulfill the needs of many of the low carbon fuel folks who are still using carbons. But that kind of takes me sort of to the next point, which is where I did some research on natural gas vehicles. And it was really surprising to find out that the automobile companies have not made a new natural gas vehicle, light duty vehicle, since 2015. So it feels like, and there's very few natural gas trucks out there. There were many, but those fleets are rapidly being replaced, especially in the class 3 to class 7 group, by electric vehicles. And even in some cases, for instance, in Kern County, where they're progressively moving their bus fleet toward hydrogen, which is really amazing and cool, despite the little setback they had not too long ago, and have their goal is to be 100% electric by the middle of next year. So, we're seeing that demand shrink as well on that side, and we're seeing that transition happen. It seems to me we're supporting products here on a long-term trend that won't really be needed, when we could simply be regulating the hell out of the oil and gas industry for the emissions that they're already producing and forcing them to change their product to make it less polluting. And that's worked in the past. I mean, when you look at gasoline today as far as an emitter of carbon versus even 20 years ago, it's remarkable how much cleaner it is. And they certainly could do more. But instead, we've chosen this other sort of Pandora's box that we've opened up here. And I don't know how you walk that back, but that's what I see. It doesn't make any sense. Where's this product going to be sold? Demand drives production, right? That's a business standard. Production doesn't, you can make a lot of things. If there's no demand, you're going to be broke pretty quick. So demand drives production. Where's California is demanding this fuel be produced, these alternative fuels. Well, where's the market for it? Where's the vehicles? Where's the companies that are creating a massive amount of these vehicles that's going to transform the industry. Well, I can tell you where that is. That's in the regular vehicle company, the people that already make trucks, the people that already make cars, who are as quickly as they can change their manufacturing facilities, which is a big job and is going to take years. And we can get infrastructure out there that can be paid for in different ways than this. And as the price drops now to where it is in the 60s, and it's been under $100 since what, May of 2022? So yeah, the heydays of the of the LCFS price are gone. So now it feels like we're moving in to do something about that. It feels more like this whole operation is about creating a regulation that pushes that price back up again in some way, shape, or form, back to the heydays of when it was $180, $200. Because we know for damn sure on the biogas side, especially dairy biogas, the digesters cannot ever be cost effective at $60 on the carbon credit side and have to be underwritten. And I would be surprised if they haven't already triggered their underwriters at this point, because I was on that 1383 committee meeting with the actuaries when that underwriting was done. So, and we looked at those prices and where that price point would be. So I just see a real challenge here. And so my question is, this becomes a political problem. And the EJ scenario presented you with this solution to the political problem. This solution has been run by politicians as well, many of whom think it's a great idea. And so, let's take a step back on stringency here and consider, what are we doing? What are we doing? How are we going to be stringent when we've got a fuel in the market, especially? And by the way, I'm not disrespecting the creation of LCFS, why it was created, what the goal is, why people believe in it. None of that. It's really about, is it doing what it's supposed to doing? I don't see that. I just don't see it. It's creating fuels that in 10 or 20 years will be obsolete. So we're building a whole pile of businesses with millions and millions of dollars. And so what's going to happen with all that stuff in 10 or 20 years? I heard those people talking. Those people who came up to the podium in that public meeting at CARB and said, my family's company built this. I built this. We built this. Our family relies on this. What are you going to tell them in 2030, 2035, 2040, when their business is going to be cycled out? Or under this new model that you're creating with this new sort of these new recommendations, it's looking like we're building a pathway further than 2045 out into the 2050s. And I think that's disingenuous and it defeats the purpose of the program. So the one question I do want you to answer is, why are we building a fuel for vehicles that don't exist in sufficient quantity to actually utilize the massive amount of fuel that we've got?
So there was a slide deck or a couple of slides in here that talked about the type of vehicles you have in light duty and heavy duty.
Right.
What we are trying to do is amend this program so it supports in a more meaningful way the zero emission fuels, both hydrogen and electricity, that we are going to need in both of those vehicle fleet sizes, medium and light duty. But we also know we have legacy fleets that are on the road. And so we have to think about, if we know we have legacy fleets and we know it's going to take time to get what we all want, and I want to be clear about that, what we all want is zero emission, to get to zero emission. In the meantime, do we continue to just rely on fossil gas for those combustion vehicles that are already out there, or do we give them a cleaner alternative? That's what we're trying to bridge in this period of transition. And on the RNG piece, the natural gas piece, that fuel does not persist as a combustion fuel in vehicles past 2040, but it is a feedstock to produce hydrogen that we know we're going to need for medium and heavy duty fleets. And so having that modeling from the scoping plan, having it align with the regs that the board has adopted for when fleets have to turn over ACC2, ACF, ACT, that sets the trajectory or a guidepost of the kinds of technologies we need to see on the road over the next 2 decades. LCFS is now coming in after that to make sure LCFS delivers those fuels, but also helps to reduce emissions in the near term, because there's no way to take those combustion vehicles off the road in the next 5 years other than trying to like buy them and scrap them or something else. And that is not something that has been authorized or is on the table.
So you are saying right here and now that you do intend to harvest hydrogen from RNG.
Absolutely. It's in the scoping plan. Absolutely.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, you know, not everybody agrees with that position, Rajinder. Many of us
I
believe
understand.
that green hydrogen is where we need to go, and CEC is actually buying into that as well. And we're seeing facilities now being built to do that. So it's interesting. Here we are. It feels like we're back in 2010 talking to you guys sometimes. But I get that you're passionate. I get what you believe, but I think in the end we just disagree. And CARB has the authority here to do whatever they're going to do. But it seems to me, again, we're building fuels for a very short period of time. You're talking 20 years. I'm sorry. 20 years is a pretty short period of time to set up a whole fuel structure, to substitute an existing fuel structure, and then take it back down again. Is that realistic? I mean, that's a massive amount of infrastructure you're talking about building. You might have one left over, and that's the RNG. But what about all those other fuels? All the biofuels, the syn fuels, all those that have been built? We don't need those either. So what do we do with all that stuff?
So you can only get LCFS credits if the demand is there. If the demand isn't there, that fuel isn't going to come to California. And I guess the question is, can we have a quick transition to where what's already announced as capacity can meet our on-road needs, our off-road needs, and any aviation needs? And so we are thinking about infrastructure. And that's why in the ZEB executive order, the governor talked about transitioning existing assets to produce those cleaner fuels. We're not trying to embed new facilities. It's really about transitioning them to produce those liquid fuel drop-in liquid fuels that we know we're going to need in the transition. And when it comes to hydrogen and it comes to electricity, there is a lot of momentum in building out those energy resources. There's a lot of interest in getting to the SB 100 targets, which is renewable electricity. And there is a lot of interest in ARCHES, getting that $1.2 billion to do hydrogen. But you're right, where we put it matters, Kevin. You're absolutely right. And that requires thought, and it requires consideration of where the demand will be long term. And will there be something that comes in and phases out the need for that fuel in the long term? Right now, there are applications, and we look at those, that there is going to be ongoing demand for some of those fuels like hydrogen, which need to be sourced from something. And RNG is one way to source those. Instead of burning ag waste in the valley, we can make that same gas and put it towards hydrogen. Like that's what we're trying to work towards, putting all these pieces together. But you're right. Where we put the infrastructure matters. You're right.
Well, sometimes I feel like these two cats that this is my wife's painting in the background, sitting there on the fence watching all these people out here wondering, what the hell are they doing? And, you know, I don't know what to say, but we do agree on everything you just said. We do agree on everything you just said. We have the same goals. We have the same vision. We just have different tactics and strategies to get there that we believe are important.
Yeah, and honestly, Kevin, like we know the answer to air pollution and climate change is to turn off fossil fuels today. We all know the answer.
Oh, that can't happen. That's not going to happen. Yeah.
See, yeah, but we know the answer. Right. So it's all about the transition. So we're not disagreeing on what needs to happen. We're not disagreeing that it needs to happen quickly. It's the path to get to that joint and shared outcome.
And you're disagreeing with our proposed pathway is what I'm feeling like.
So by taking biofuels and taking RNG out of the market immediately, the modeling shows that those legacy fleets use fossil fuels. And the conundrum for us as a public health and environmental protection agency is, why would we not deploy the tools that we know are better than fossil fuel combustion when they exist today?
I'm sorry, I took up way too much time here as usual. I apologize, Catherine, Martha. It's a good
Definitely
discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Regina.
Yes, it's definitely an important discussion, and we want to be able to dive deep, and we also want to be able to get to quite a robust speaking queue that we have for people in the public comment. So I do want to put out a last call to our EJAC members. If you want to speak on this item, to please raise your hand or put up your tent card now so that we can segue to that public comment period. Martha Dina, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I have lots of questions, but one, doesn't the fossil fuel industry invest in dairy digesters is one question. And the other is, if we need to get off fossil fuels, why are we making major investments in hydrogen and using hydrofluorocarbons, hydrocarbons to actually produce them? And so that feels not logical. And it's particularly concerning because yes, it's going to have to go somewhere. And it just so happens that the existing RNG infrastructure is in our communities. Yet when we talk about upscaling wind and solar, we're told we can't because of NIMBYs or the turtle. But yet, it's okay to continue to put this infrastructure in communities that are overburdened. And so somehow that to me seems a thing we've got to figure out, how to find a solution that doesn't keep embedding those burdens. And then again, you don't get out of burning fossil fuels by burning more fossil fuel, because it seems to me that that's the path of hydrogen.
Virginia or Matt, did you want to respond to any of that before we go to our two other people with their hands up on EJAC?
Sure. So nobody wants to exacerbate or add on to the burdens that have already been there and persist for frontline communities. Nobody on the LCFS team, nobody at CARB wants that to be the outcome. And I would think most people don't want that to be an outcome. But there are tensions here in terms of trying to put things in places where people want to conserve it. I have the same large NGOs wanting stronger targets for cleaner power, whether it's solar or wind, and then turning around and sending letters to the governor's office talking about preserving acres and acres of land in the state for other purposes. And are there ways to try and have those two coexist? Probably, but that requires a really thoughtful discussion about how you get there. But if the starting place is you can't build here in some of those newer places, which might even be better for access to solar power or even wind, then it's a problem, like you said. There's a problem here. And being able to build the clean things that we need is going to be important to be able to get off of the things that we don't want to use anymore. We've been saying that for a long time. We're talking about a built energy environment of 100 and something years. And now we have to build a clean energy environment to get out of the one that we're in. It has to go somewhere.
Martha Dina, did you want to do any follow-up?
Well, I feel like only other than we maybe need to do a better job of getting the left hand to know what the right hand is doing and having a thoughtful conversation that allows this, including with conservation groups and environmental justice organizations who don't always have the same goals. So, I mean, we're here to help facilitate those kinds of conversations, Virginia, because I know they're hard and I know that they're trade-offs. But as you've heard from time and time again from the committee and EJ communities that come, they're tired of engaging in processes and then being told that, sorry, somebody else's thing that's really important is much more important than protecting your lungs. And that's the thing we're trying to change. And so, I invite you to let's talk about how that might be done, to have that thoughtful conversation with a broad set of stakeholders so that we can start, shifting the burden and investing in the things that we want.
I appreciate that. And actually, this is a great opportunity and time for it because CARB, CEC, and CPUC are working on the next SB 100 report, and siting and land use constraints are coming up in that context. So happy to make sure we get the right information and right opportunities for you to engage there. I appreciate it.
Great. And I would just quickly editorialize and add not just shifting the burden, but reducing the burden overall in order to get the things that we want. So Tom, I see you on the Zoom. We have Luis here in the room first. So we're going to go Luis, then Tom. I don't see anybody else at this point. So after that, we will go to public comment. So if you're in the room or on Zoom, raise your hand or sign up if you have not already. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, thank you. I did have some comments around the logic used to determine what technologies and how these fuels will change an entire industry. You know, I think about AB 617 and how that was supposed to be a promise for reducing emissions, and now it's become a matter of paving parking lots. So I don't think we're going to change an entire district's air quality. We're just updating parking lots and doing ribbon cuttings. And so I when I hear all of this, I fear that again we're talking big, systemic, industry changes, I would say. But it's not very clear what the pathway to that will be if we've had electrification for over 100 years and we can't build that infrastructure fast enough. And that's probably much easier than coming up with other fuel alternatives. So I'd just be interested in figure like, how does that factor in? And in 2021, I know this is kind of might seem that like one thing has to do with the other, but I think this is an example about how you change and you impact an economy. In 2021, there were 44,950 acres of sugar beet to make sugar. And I think, if I'm correct, maybe Imperial Valley is one of two sugar plants in California or maybe the US. That's a game changer in an industry. But this seems like it's just not there. I don't see the pathway to that. Like, how are you going to impact an economy in California? How are you going to impact an economy in our neighborhoods? How is that going to happen? The pathway isn't there. Is it because CARB is solely focused on development, but not necessarily implementation? That's not very clear to me. Reginder, I don't know, I mean, given that you're the expert on this, does CARB think about that? Or is that like kick it over another department, another agency? Or is CARB just a developer of programs, funds, sort of startups? Or is it trying to change an entire economy? And what's the pathway there? It's not clear to me.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm going to start it and see if Matt wants to add to it. So CARB does long-term planning, like you said, like the SIP plans and like the scoping plan and mobile source strategy. We do those. We also have regulations where we directly regulate, and that means change on the ground in response to those regulations. We also have grant programs where we fund things to happen on the ground and all of those things that need to happen in terms of alignment with zero emission technologies, research and development of zero emission fuels, all of that. We do all of that. Other state agencies do similar things, but we identified in the last scoping plan that there needs to be a stronger connection with what happens at the state level and the state's priorities and decision makers who have the last authority or the only authority on local decisions. And so CARB as a regulatory agency doesn't get to make local decisions. We get to set the plans, we get to set the requirements, we get to set the funding, we do all those things. But ultimately, when it comes to by project, which is really the things that transform any region, any city, or any state, those actions and that authority resides at a local government level. Now, we've decided that one way we could help is by having a closer relationship with the community colleges, and we identified that in the scoping plan. So through the Foundation of California Community Colleges, we have apprenticeship programs, we have training programs, and we have community outreach, so that through those local city colleges, which there's 100 and something of throughout the state and regions that are not reachable directly by any government office, we are disseminating out opportunities and ways that we think things can change in a helpful way while building and investing in that local workforce. So that's what we're trying to do. It's not going to happen overnight. And there are going to be entrenched interests that don't want to see it happen. That is definitely going to be the case, but we have to keep trying. Matt, is there anything you want to add? He shook his head.
I did have a quick follow-up. How does CARB pick the winners and losers in this new innovation and technologies? I'm just really surprised how we've been able to build, I would say, I don't know, we're probably 90% of the way where we need to be, perhaps, maybe not even there in electrification. And I'm really surprised how in Imperial, it's really the first environmental justice-led project on the ground, local economy, local investment, an opportunity to stop sending our money overseas, but keeping it in our neighborhoods where that money can go back to heal our communities. How does CARB, as it interacts with communities and it interacts with Wall Street, interacts with, private investment, how is it really uplifting a California economy? And does it have a calculation as can you say today we have uplifted, and divested from a 80% outside California economy to a 60%, inside California economy in a neighborhood economy. I always say from Wall Street to our street, right? Type of economy. Is CARB paying attention to those things, or is it whoever just kind of shows up at our door and talks to us? Whoever has the means to pay travel and meet with us in our neighborhood, Sacramento, or how does that work? I mean, I would certainly. I just see so many missed opportunities to build a California economy, but I don't hear enough for that.
So we'll take the low carbon fuel standard as an example. And first I'll start with, we can't stop intercommerce economies. We can't stop that. We do not have the ability to isolate ourselves or hinder or stop anything from outside from coming in or anything from inside going out. Like that, as a subnational, that is what the landscape that we operate in. But something like the low carbon fuel standard, it has a way that if you are innovative and you have a way to show that you can produce a clean fuel with a low carbon intensity, you can build it, you can test it, you can bring it to staff to review it. And then if you're able to actually produce and supply fuel from that method or that technology or that innovation, and it's used in transportation, you will get credit for it. So it doesn't pick specific fuel types. It actually allows for innovation to happen in that way. The same thing is true for things like SB 100 and some of the money that CEC gives out for industrial decarbonization. It's really taking care of those opportunities to take that money, whether it's research and development and deployment in California, and showing how these things can happen, and then making sure that we, as the people that write the rules and regulations and the public that weighs in on those rules and regulations, is aware of it. But there's nothing that actually stops people from doing that kind of activity, at least not at CARB or other agencies that I'm aware of.
So CARB isn't actively assuring that environmental justice communities, disadvantaged communities are getting an equitable opportunity to engage in innovation and product development?
Oh, through the grant program where we have monies that go towards decarbonization and some of the grants for RD&D, absolutely. A bunch of the GGRF benefit is being directed towards communities and looking at workforce development. Absolutely.
Okay. So Tom, you have your hand up, and then we're going to go to public comment. We have roughly 30 public commenters, so we really want to be able to hear from everyone, and also want to remind folks that we do have a second public comment opportunity after our panelists. So Tom, if you could go ahead.
Yeah, one question, slide 10, the 60% of fossil diesel displaced by biomass diesel in 2023. That, just giving that a quick read, that seems to be saying 60% of the fossil diesel fuel has been replaced by a biomass diesel fuel. Is that correct? It says biomass based. Does that mean the fuel is completely biomass?
Yeah, so that would be either renewable diesel or biodiesel that is replacing that diesel, that fossil diesel.
And so it says in 2023, is that just for the year? Because it seems, just off the top of my head, it seems to be saying 60% of the diesel trucks and other diesel engines out there, 60% of them aren't using fossil diesel anymore. They're now using biodiesel.
It's essentially true, but it's by volume. So, you know, that renewable diesel and biodiesel is mixed in with traditional fossil diesel. So if you take all of the diesel demand across the state, every gallon that's going into a truck, 60% of that is, you know, by volume, some combination of a renewable diesel or biomass-based diesel. There's all kinds of fuel spec and regulations that dictate how much of individual things can be blended. But yeah, that's essentially true.
So we are talking about a blend of still using fossil diesel, and now some of the biomass diesel is being mixed in.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on fueling stations and other things, but you know, if you drive up and down the Central Valley, you might see filling stations listing for R100. That's renewable diesel, 100% renewable diesel. Some have biodiesel blends of 20% and fossil diesel of 80. It just depends on filling station, but this is total volumes across the entire state. 60% is now being met with a non-fossil alternative.
Okay, just want to be clear on that, because I would love to see that 60% of the diesel used in our community here is now been replaced, but I don't think that's quite the case. But let me go to my next question. Is there a part of this rule, a mechanism in this rule that says you cannot receive this state funding to create biofuels if you are increasing pollution in a disadvantaged community, either going off of, like, the map behind me, or Cal EnviroScreen score or anything like that?
So the LCFS is a incentive program that results in money going from fossil fuel producers, gasoline and diesel producers, to alternative fuel producers. The state doesn't actually touch the money. There's no state funding that's associated with this. We set the standards with respect to declining carbon intensity, and then the investment community invests in renewable fuels, and the renewable fuels generate credits that then purchased on the market by the fossil fuel entities. So the state never actually makes any direct investment decisions. We're not picking which facilities to build.
So you know, replace money with credits. There's nothing that says you can't participate, you can't get credits if your project is going to increase pollution in a disadvantaged community.
The fuel producers need to comply with all local and state and federal laws and regulations, which involves permitting, and that can obviously vary by jurisdiction. So they have to comply with all those regulations to be able to construct and operate and produce fuel.
So no, right? There's nothing that's going to keep a company from getting permitted, creating biofuels, increase in pollution where that facility is going to be. I understand the benefit is going to be spread across the state and other states where the fuel is going to be used, but if you're creating the fuel in what's already defined as a disadvantaged community or has above a 70 percentile count, there's nothing from keeping that from happening.
The LCFS regulation does not prohibit credits from being generated from a fuel producer that is located in the community. That's your question. I want to be precise about that.
Okay, so that seems to be the issue. That's my issue. That is what I keep saying. Maybe I'm sounding like a broken record. That the whole point of being on the EJAC and giving input was we're going to have this transition to help fight climate change, and we want to make sure that we're not reproducing the same old structures, the same old paradigms where, for example, you're taking a Superfund ammo and turning that into a biodiesel, bio-sustainable fuels plant, which is just continuing to add pollution in that community. Just pointing out that's the exact situation that I keep bringing up where I live here in Riverbank, where that exact thing is happening, where we're adding 100 new trucks a day that are going to be diesel trucks. Maybe some of them will be using some of the biofuels, but that's what's happening. And then my third thing, I just wanted to make sure that Diane's question got answered from the chat about executive order saying all heavy duty trucks should be zero emission by 2045, but slide 19 showing that almost 30% will still be combustion.
Yeah, happy to take that one. And so as board member Takvorian pointed out in the chat there, I don't know if everybody can see it. I think it might have just gone to the panelists here. The question was, per the executive order 7920, all HG trucks must be zero emission by 2045. Why does slide 19 show still remaining combustion? And the difference, as I understand it, has to do with the difference between an executive order and our adopted regulations. And our adopted regulations include the ability for trucks to continue to operate till the end of their useful life. So while we might have 100% sales requirements for zero emission vehicles, you still have trucks that are going to be driving around per the regulation up until the end of their useful life, and that's what accounts for that remaining tail of combustion vehicles. And there are also other provisions built into the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation that allow for smaller sized fleets to continue to operate combustion vehicles. So these are part of the adopted regulations, which were certainly informed and supported by the executive order. But when we do a rulemaking analysis, we have to go off of the regulatory requirements, and that's what we did here.
Thank you so much, Matt and Rajinder. Please. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just building on Tom's question about that project in particular, Matt. We're trying to keep carbon intensity down. That's a project that's going to ship animal fats from India by ocean-going vessels. And I'm wondering how the low carbon fuel standard accounts for the climate impacts of the husbandry that generates those animal fats, because I think we have some animals here in California that are fat, and maybe we don't need them from India. And then the dirtiest engine in our communities where I live in Stockton, the ocean-going vessel that's going to increase congestion and put that heavy-duty diesel fuel oil all over our community. After 5 years of really intense planning, trying to reduce emissions, CARB's actually going to fund a project that's going to spike a real public health impact emission in our communities. I don't know how that's captured, like in slide 10, those cumulative sources, because that project really, it's hard to explain to community members, and it does it takes a hit on the credibility of the agency. And as someone who wants these types of policies to work, it goes back to Rajinder's point about how CARB can't control the crazy things that happen in local government. But maybe increasing pollutions pollution in overburdened communities could be a criteria that CARB could use to not support those projects, whether or not they feel like LCFS is state money and is encumbered by Government Code 11135. So it's just the cognitive dissonance on this one, man. You know, it's for sustainable aviation fuels in a community that can't afford plane tickets. It's really a tough one to swallow.
So Matt, I'm going to let Matt Botil respond to that because we did do an air quality analysis looking at cumulative air quality changes. But I'm also going to be on the record that I did not call any government crazy. No crazy local governments. I talked about local control. So yeah, that was all you. So let's make sure that doesn't get attributed to me somewhere. All right.
Sure. Yeah. On the individual fuel pathway level, so importing tallow from a different country, bringing it into California, using it to produce a biomass-based diesel. We, at the staff level, as part of the LCFS regulation implementation, do a detailed analysis. It's called a pathway analysis that factors in those transportation greenhouse gas emissions that are part of that fuel pathway. So the shipping of that tallow across the Pacific would have greenhouse gas emissions that we are factoring into the life cycle assessment for this greenhouse gas reduction program. One thing I wanted to also clarify too is that, again, you know, the state is not funding any specific facility. That would be a facility that's being invested in by the private entity that then is used to generate credits for compliance with this program. So the state is not picking that facility or paying for it. They are building it and applying for credits under the program. And then finally, with respect to the overall air quality points and concerns that you raised, for the rulemaking analyses, we do an air quality analysis that includes an assessment of the California criteria pollutant emissions associated with producing and transporting alternative fuels into California or within California. And so if there's an increase in rail needed, for instance, to bring more feedstock into a facility that's producing biofuels, that is included in our overall air quality analysis as part of the rulemaking. We do not evaluate individual facilities as part of the rulemaking. It's done on a statewide level. So hopefully that helps clarify.
Thanks, Matt.
And sorry, a real quick follow-up. I understand the nuance of, you know, giving a company money directly and creating a program that allows them to cash in on credits. But let's be clear, the facility would not be profitable if it was not for the credits created by this program, created by the state of California. You're incentivizing, maybe it's not, you know, cash directly. It's an incentive to give them cash. I understand the nuance, but it's like, it's a difference without you know what I mean.
Okay, so this is all really important dialogue and discussion, and I think we probably could continue going. And at the same time, we've had public commenters that have been waiting for quite a while, very respectfully. And we do also have other panelists we're hoping to hear from today. So at this point, I'm going to pass it over to CARB staff to start to facilitate the public comment.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine. And please note that ISD will be here to listen and take notes for the duration of the meeting. So we will now open up our public comment period. Thank you so much for your patience. Just to inform, we do have about 24 virtual and about 8 in-person comments. Please be as succinct as possible so we can make sure to get to everyone, and we will allow 3 minutes for each commenter at this time. So we're going to start with in-person comments. Our first commenter is Laura Ruger.
Thank you very much. Give me 1 second. My name is Laura Ranger with the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And I first just want to thank the EJAC and CARB staff for making this space for this really important discussion.
Throughout this process, CalETC has had multiple meetings with more than 25 different equity stakeholder groups to talk about the programs that are funded by the electricity credits that the utilities receive through the LCFS program. And we know that that time is very valuable. We really appreciate all the thought and the effort and the feedback that people have provided us. If you have additional feedback that you would like to provide, please do reach out. It's really helped us to shape the proposal for the programs going forward. Today, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about what the utilities have done with the LCF proceeds and what we're hoping to do in the future. With the new program, we would more than double the amount of LCFS money that would be spent on equity programs in communities. The utility spending on equity would go from 37% today to 80%. Additionally, our statewide rebate program would go to rebates for new and used medium and heavy duty vehicles rather than to new cars. And we would expand the holdback programs, including rebates for low-income buyers of new and used EVs. With the proceeds from the credits, in the past, the utilities have brought down the price for over 400,000 EV purchasers, including about 21% in disadvantaged communities. Other programs that we've worked on include pre-owned rebate programs with increased incentives for low-income customers, incentives for residential chargers and installation for low-income communities, programs that directly install and fully cover the cost of chargers at multifamily residences, rebates for electric drayage truck purchases, grants to community-based nonprofit organizations to promote adoption of EVs. We're looking forward to continuing these investments and programs like these in the future to bring about a zero-emission future. We also support extending the light-duty EV capacity credit program from 2026 to 2035 and the creation of a new statewide medium and heavy-duty capacity crediting program to at least 2035 to support drayage, short-haul, long-haul, and delivery trucks. Thank you again for your time, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Next, we have Gary Grimey.
Thanks. It's actually Gary Grimes. Good afternoon. I'm with World Energy. We produce SAF, renewable diesel, biodiesel, and hydrogen across North America, including Southern California. We seek the lowest carbon sustainable feedstocks available, and we drive to constantly search for innovative new feedstock options. I think we have more areas of agreement than disagreement based on the commentary and resolutions I've heard about working in different assumptions. Our fundamental mission is to, 1, eliminate the use of petroleum fuels, and 2, provide greenhouse gas reductions to customers. World Energy supplies a range of alternative fuels that will be needed in the future. We agree that zero-emission vehicles will need to be the majority of the transportation future. So we focus on those hard to electrify sectors like aviation, maritime shipping, and rail. Our fuels are 80% better than diesel on a life cycle greenhouse gas basis. And they also reduce or eliminate many criteria and toxic pollutants like NOx, SOx, PM, benzene, and more. I've been hearing in the discussion today a concern that the use of biofuels delays electrification, and we don't want to see delays either. My experience in the market says that electrification has its own challenges to overcome, like charging infrastructure and a mismatch between supply and demand. But biofuels are not in any way holding back electrification from maximizing its credit generation. Under LCF, in fact, when electrification credits are created, their carbon reduction score makes them more valuable than biofuels. While I hear that EJAC members are concerned about low credit prices harming electrification efforts, more ambitious LCFS goals would allow credit prices to recover. That helps electrification, and it helps us to replace fossil fuel in these hard to electrify sectors. We don't see it as electrification versus biofuels. We see it as petroleum versus all alternatives. As CARB programs help bring more heavy-duty ZEV equipment into use, we expect to see demand for all diesel products to fall. However, in the short term, World Energy wants to eliminate the use of fossil diesel, and we can do that in the very near future. As diesel demand falls, we will send more of our products into these off-road sectors where alternatives are unlikely to exist for several decades. We believe we have a strong role to play in the move to eliminate all types of emissions, both global and local, and we want to be a partner to the EJAC members to consider ways to eliminate fossil fuels ASAP. Thanks.
Next, we have Stephen Fenaroli.
Thank you for the time today. Stephen Fenaroli with the California Farm Bureau. We represent over 29,000 farmers and ranchers across the state of California. I just want to, really reiterate the role that dairies play in local communities, many of which were mentioned here today, and the role that digesters play in California being a part of the meeting its climate smart goals across the world's agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Martin. Okay, next after that, we have Sam Wade.
Hi, thanks so much. Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. We're the National Trade Association for the RNG industry, but we're headquartered here in California. Incentivizing RNG development under LCFS is required by statute in order to achieve methane reductions, but we're happy to have RNG be used in natural gas, hydrogen, or electric vehicles. So crediting RNG and LCFS doesn't require trade-offs with any other transport strategies for decarbonization or foregoing opportunities to make other environmental improvements at farms. It should not surprise EJAC that CARB's modeling presented today finds that using multiple clean fuel sources can achieve deeper greenhouse gas reductions at lower costs. This has always been the beauty of the LCFS. It layers on top of California's world-leading EV programs to achieve additional health and greenhouse gas benefits from both ZEV and non-ZEV fuels in a technology-neutral fashion. As the debate about renewable diesel that I think we're going to hear from UCS about today shows, with biofuels, you cannot draw clean lines between transport, ag, and forest sectors. When a biofuel creates emissions in another sector, the LCFS accounts for it, for example, in the form of an indirect land use change factor. Similarly, when the production of a fuel creates a net emission reduction, the LCFS CI scoring also appropriately recognizes that fact. Capturing and utilizing methane from RNG rather than letting it vent to the atmosphere leads to odor, air quality, and greenhouse gas benefits at farms. That's why US EPA has supported anaerobic digesters at dairies for almost 30 years in the Ag Start program. Outside of California, other states are looking to follow and create their own LCFS policies. Some of those states, like New Mexico, that had just adopted the policy recently, are also big dairy states. Following California's successful example of integrating fuel and ag policy in other dairy states would be the fastest way to begin to address manure methane emissions nationwide. However, if we in California don't stand by our working program to cut methane, we shouldn't expect others to follow us. Without digesters, there is no viable option to reach the state's 2030 methane emission reduction goals. Even a recently filed petition to regulate dairy manure methane recognizes that anaerobic digesters are a key strategy. So let's not stop the build out of what we know is a critically needed low carbon infrastructure or pull away the carrot while we debate about how to build a stick. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Bocadoro, and please be sure to be stating your name and affiliation.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Your name and your affiliation.
Of course, Michael Bocadoro on behalf of Dairy Cares. Let me associate my comments closely with Sam's. I appreciate the understanding that Sam has tried to provide to this group in the past. I want to start by renewing my offer to provide a comprehensive briefing on the dairy sector to this group. I've asked for that opportunity now for probably at least a year, and I continue to be ignored. So I can relate to Mr. Rodriguez and others who feel like they're often being ignored. Let me say that if we could have that conversation, we might gain a better understanding of what's really happening in the dairy sector in California. I work with dairies of all sizes, shapes, and operational characteristics. I don't work just for large dairies who are building digesters. And we're very proud of the fact that we work with CARB and CDFA to create programs that benefit all of these different types of dairies that operate in California. And it gets lost in this conversation that we're only building digesters. That just could not be further from the truth. We're actually building far more alternative projects. We've funded more than 270 alternative projects in California, about 130 digesters, and we're going to continue to fund more alternative projects going forward. So that's one of the things that I think we could provide some clarity if given the opportunity to address the group comprehensively and answer questions. Secondly, I want to comment on Kevin Hamilton's concern that we're going to be building stranded investment. We recognize renewable natural gas as a transition fuel. We have designed our digester projects here in California around clusters where we can very readily, and are already doing so, develop clean electricity and clean hydrogen production facilities. We have a project in Fresno that is working with Bloom Fuel Cells and producing electricity for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the state. We also have a clean hydrogen project that is running 100% currently on dairy biomethane, producing green hydrogen for use in the transit systems, heavy duty buses that will be running on hydrogen. And last, it's really important to understand that this industry is shrinking in California. We lost another couple hundred dairies in the last 5 years. Since 2008, there are 200,000 fewer milk cows and roughly an equal number of support stock that go with those 200,000 milk cows, no longer here in the state. That represents 2 million metric tons of reduction in CO2e. It's massive. It's happening. We're not expanding. We're not building new dairies in California. We won't ever. It's going to be a shrinking industry, and I think it's really important for folks to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Frank Harris.
Hello, everybody. My name is Frank Harris. I'm with the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA is a trade association representing California's not-for-profit, publicly owned electric utilities and public water agencies. Ms. Ringer made a number of great points about the impact of the low carbon fuel standard in the electric sector and our ability to promote low carbon, cleaner transportation options for our communities. So I don't want to replicate and repeat everything she said. I do want to just focus on one element of this, and that is why it's so relevant and important that we're here in the EJAC meeting. Many of my members have significant shares of their service territories filled with lower income communities, disadvantaged communities. The low carbon fuel standard has been a significant source of funding to grow out the clean transportation infrastructure in those communities and other clean transportation proposals and programs, such as many of those that Ms. Ringer mentioned. And as you all understand, infrastructure leads community economic development. So it's not just a benefit in terms of providing clean transportation options for these lower income communities that are served by my members, but also helping to grow those economic opportunities in those regions. And for that reason, we support the changes that have been developed in the LCFS. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And next we have Mary Selecki.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Mary Solecki. I'm with a firm called AJW. I just had a little bit of knowledge about the Bates White report that came up earlier, so thought I would jump in with a little bit of information about that. That was funded by the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition. It's on their website. They've got their press release out about that report, and it was pulled using public information, public data. It's the gasoline price at the pump and the LCFS credit values. I've done my own independent analysis of those same numbers over the years to try to understand the relationship between LCFS and price at the pump. And when I do an analysis of that, you get an R value of 0.08. And when you get an R value of 1, that's basically like a 1-for-1. Yes, this is a complete direct correlation. So 0.08 is really, really, really low. What does drive the price at the pump is crude oil prices. And guess what drives crude oil prices? International global oil cartel. So if you want to reduce your dependence on the price at the pump and help free up our communities from having to pay that price, the best thing you can do is actually to start using other forms of transportation. Beyond crude oil prices, it's California reformulated gasoline, it's state and federal excise taxes, and then it starts to be other impacts that does get into cap and trade. And there is at some point a very small amount of LCFS, but that's actually pretty hard to directly pass through because it's not a 1-for-1 pass through the way it is with OSEA tax. So I just thought I would chime in to share that information. Happy to chat more.
Thank you. So now we will transition over to our virtual comments. Please note that there are currently 23 hands raised. So I'm just going to go down that list. Our first virtual comment is from Felipe Rodriguez. Felipe, your line has been unmuted and you are now free to speak. One moment. Okay, your line has now been unmuted, so you are free to speak. We can't hear you.
Hello. Eco. ¿Sí me escucha?
Yes, we can.
Mi nombre es Felipe Rodríguez y vivo en, sí,
Yes,
y
we
vivo
can
en
hear you
un
now.
pequeño poblado de Washington, California. He trabajado durante 30 años en lecherías y actualmente trabajo en una lechería hace 18 años. Todos los días trabajamos aquí muy duro para que las vacas estén bien y dar a nuestras vacas producir un alimento muy nutritivo para todo el planeta. Hace 3 años instalamos un digestor de lácteos para capturar las emisiones de GHG y alimentar los camiones de combustible limpio y renovable. Estamos haciendo nuestra parte para limpiar el aire del valle y puedo ver y oler la diferencia del programa LSFS. Es lo que esto hace posible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Bingham. Jennifer, your line is unmuted and you are free to speak.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Jennifer Bingham. I'm with Dairy Cares, and I just wanted to talk a little bit today about dairy farmers. And I'm proud that my grandfather was a dairy farmer. I'm proud to work on behalf of California's dairy farm families. My grandfather was also the son of 2 immigrants, and he was proud to employ people of all different backgrounds to work on his farm, often even providing housing. And I grew up with kids that I consider to be additional cousins who were the children of his employees. Dairy farmers are like this. They care a lot about their communities where they also live and work, and they care about their employees. It was acknowledged earlier today that dairy farms provide valuable full-time year-long work. That's not only on their farms, but also throughout the whole supply chain that depends upon those farms. And dairy farmers also support livelihoods by providing nutritious and affordable milk and dairy foods. And as the mom of 2 toddlers, I can say I greatly appreciate milk and dairy as something my kids always want and enjoy, and something I know is helping them grow and develop in a healthy way. Sadly, we have to acknowledge we live in a country where there's 44 million people who are food insecure. So not every mom is as fortunate as I am. Milk and dairy food is one of the most cost-effective sources of underconsumed nutrients in this country. Milk is the #1 most requested item at food banks. So I think we can all agree milk is very important. And here in California, it's great to know that our dairy farmers are leading the world producing milk in a way that has the smallest environmental footprint per unit. And they're dedicated to continuing to do more to advance their planet smart practices. Digesters are a very important tool, one of the ways that our farms are on track to meeting the state's goals. And it's the most cost-effective tool that our state has in urgently addressing climate change. But as it was mentioned earlier, this is just one of the many tools that our farmers are using as they're improving their manure management and other practices to continually improve the protection of air quality, water quality, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And digesters are important as part of this overall effort, and the overall effort of continuing to care for both people and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Joshua Wilson. Joshua, you had your hand raised earlier. We just wanted to make sure you didn't still have a comment. Okay, so we'll move on. Our next commenter is Original Dre. Your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So I appreciate the conversations that were had earlier, because I think it's important to be, transparent and bring forward all of the issues that bringing this type of fuel and whatnot can produce. And I don't necessarily agree with, what you guys talk about on climate change, because, as far as that goes for me, that's a bunch of propaganda, but it's used to push us into a new way of life. But I'm wondering if, because your push is to do electric, and, if you're not confident in being able to do that, it would seemingly make sense that you would bring in something like this, but this is still very expensive. It's not easily transported. I mean, we don't even have the places that it can go, because I don't see you being able to, take away a gas station and being able to put this in place of it, especially when, just the land on where the gas stations are much of the time are totally toxic, and because of it leaking into the earth. But that decreases the driving range to use this kind of stuff. It also causes tailpipe emissions, and depending on how it's produced, it may or may not reduce carbon pollution. It results in indirect warming because it contributes to climate change through increased methane, ozone, and water vapor. So, I mean, when you sit here and you want to talk about, reducing these things, I mean, in addition, like just even the electrification of all of these fleets, it does impede the people's ability to go places. But I mean, just the production of those types of materials cause greenhouse gases, because you can't do that without gas and oil. And so if you ever, I mean, and that's another thing that I don't understand, is that you'll talk about certain things and wanting to save the planet and the climate through certain means, but then you never acknowledge or recognize the facts that, you know, just the this type of product is causing greenhouse gases through its production, just through like mining of lithium. And it still takes the use of gas and oil to do that, as well as electricity. And then we have so many other products that are used or made and produced from petroleum. So, you know, it's confusing to hear you talk about, you know, wanting to do something on one hand, but then never acknowledging on the other hand that all the things that you want to implement don't actually save the planet. I mean, because, you know, these electric vehicles actually produce more pollution than regular cars just because of the wear and tear on the roads from their tires and different things. And just making them, again, creates more greenhouse gases than it will ever save in its lifetime. But in your pursuit to push this agenda, you know, you're ignoring the fact that it is causing more of the things that you're trying to stop. And also there's a bunch of radiation and, you know, just the microwaving of bodies that's happening with this infrastructure.
Thank you. Next, we have Brent Newell. Brent, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Great, thank you. I'm Brent Newell. I'm representing Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I have 3 points. The ISOR unfairly rejects the EJ scenario and proposes to allow 30 years of credits for projects that get going before 2030. That is 30 years of avoided methane crediting. And it rejects that and says, you know, the EJ scenario is going to max out credit prices and restrict the supply of credits by ending avoided methane crediting. But, you know, the problem with the ISOR's analysis is it compares the EJ scenario with a 30% CI target without comparing at the baseline of 20% or some other low CI target that would allow achieving CARB's credit policy objective while accommodating the EJ scenario. And CARB also unfairly and arbitrarily claims that it cannot meet the SB 1383 targets without avoided methane crediting. You know, CARB has a legal duty to adopt regulations to achieve those targets. CARB can't say now that, hey, we're not going to make it if we don't have avoided methane crediting. The fact of the matter is that the legislature told CARB to adopt regulations to achieve those targets. So CARB can't disregard the EJ scenario as not meeting the 1383 targets. CARB just has to adopt some regulations. Now, my second point is that low-income people, people of color, and rural Californians will disproportionately pay at the pump for those junk avoided methane credits. The pass-through costs of the junk avoided methane credits, you know, will get passed on and will impact residents disproportionately. Rajender's presentation and her chart doesn't reject those facts. You know, and facts are stubborn things. The oil companies will pay a lot of money for these credits, and no creditable person disputes the fact that the oil companies will pass those costs on to consumers. Now, if you want to read an authoritative piece on this, I suggest the EJAC look at Jim Duffy's comments submitted on the ISOR. Jim Duffy was the former head of the LCFS program, and his comments speak very clearly to this point. And Rajender's slide that you know disingenuously shows no relationship, as she wrote in her LinkedIn post, between credit prices and gas prices. You know, that analysis ignores the multiple cost inputs into gas prices. It also, you know, unfairly looks at historical prices and doesn't consider the massive cost pass-throughs that are going to occur when the carbon intensities jack up to 95% by 2045. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment. I want to thank the EJAC for all of its hard work.
Thank you. Next, we have Renee Hendrick. Renee, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Okay, so we're going to move on.
I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, I'll start over. My name is Renee Hendrick, and I am a resident of Tulare County and have been for 36 years. Tulare County is the number one ag producing county in California, and milk is the number one agricultural commodity produced here. The dairy industry plays a critical role in our local economy and is a major employer and job creator for this area. The dairy technology that has come about in recent years with the digesters has also had such impactful changes by improving the air quality that I think this type of program should be expanded into other dairies as well. We have come so far with air quality, and I'm hoping that this can continue on for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Corey Hartwig. Corey, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Corey Hartwig. I'm with PCL Industrial Services, and I'm also a resident of Kern County and have been for over 20 years. I've worked with dairies over the last 4 or 5 years in this program. My family and I also live near dairies, and just over the last couple of years, I believe we've had a great impact just on the local environment with, and particularly noticeable reduction in smell. I'm completely in support of this biogas program, specifically capturing the dairy methane and using it as a clean energy source. In addition, these dairy projects, while requiring some investments, they are great job creators for our community, and we residents are encouraged by these opportunities. Lastly, I believe the LCFS program and other state programs that result in covering these lagoons is important to progress our energy goal of carbon neutrality. These projects are also turning a problem into a benefit. In favor of expanding the program to other dairies throughout California. Thank you very much for your time and allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Davey. Katie, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Good afternoon. Katie Davey with the Dairy Institute of California. California's dairy farms are leading the way in sustainability measures and helping to address climate change. California dairy farms have reduced GHG emissions by more than 45% over the past 50 years. Digesters are one of the most important tools dairy farmers are using to lead the way in climate-smart dairy production. California's dairy farms are family-owned, committed to their communities, and important job creators in the Central Valley. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Craig. Andrew, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Andrew Craig, Vice President of Greenhouse Gas Programs at California Bioenergy. We currently operate 54 digesters, which are on track to reduce methane emissions by over 1.2 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. That's equal to removing roughly 250,000 cars from the road. When I started with CalBio 6 years ago, we only had 2 digesters. So when I look back at what has been achieved in that time, we see that there have been real, tangible emission reductions, which would have not occurred without the LCFS program. I'd like to spend my time discussing specifics around the data we collected at our digesters. The methane reductions we've achieved are certain because we directly meter the methane being captured that would otherwise be emitted to the atmosphere. We measure this gas every 15 minutes and report total methane production aggregated monthly in our reporting to CARB and the EPA. These gas measurements are further confirmed by independent utility meters. All of our data is subject to rigorous third-party review. This includes a site visit from a CARB-accredited verification body whose job it is to scrutinize the data and calculations. CalBio has always sought to be transparent with our data, and we've invited CARB staff, researchers from UC Davis and UC Riverside, and others to our projects to test emissions before and after the installation of a digester. We've also conducted public outreach and held community meetings to share about our projects. In addition to preventing methane emissions, our digesters reduce odors and H2S. This prevents the formation of PM10, which leads to smog. And we estimate that the existing projects reduce PM10 by roughly 1 million pounds per year, which is equivalent to the reduction of over 750,000 cars. Further, the RNG produced is also used as a replacement for diesel, which reduces NOx emissions by over 90%, or it's used to power electric cars now through fuel cells, which results in 100% NOx reduction. The LCFS has been successful at achieving its goals, which is to decarbonize the transportation sector. This has led to hundreds of millions of dollars of clean energy technology from our projects poured into the Central Valley, which has some of the highest poverty rates in the state. CalBio's projects have been responsible for hundreds of construction jobs. We currently employ over 100 people, the majority of which are based in the Central Valley, and we hope to expand on this success in the future. Digesters are among the fastest, most cost-effective and reliable means of mitigating climate change, which is critical given the climate emergency, while at the same time improving local air quality, creating jobs, and supporting the local economy. These digesters would not exist without the incentives made possible through the LCFS program, and we should work to expand on this environmental and social policy success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have David Ribeiro. David, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, this is David Ribeiro. I'm from Tulare, California. I'm a third generation dairy farmer, and here my sons are fourth. My grandfather immigrated from the Azore Islands in 1920. So we farmed for 104 years in the same community. And I can't speak for other communities or other dairies. I can only speak for ourselves. But you know, we really care about our environment, about our water. We drink from our wells. We breathe our air. And every year we try to get better and better. And because we plan on passing this down to future generations. Having things like technologies like digesters, that's our part of trying to even do better and taking advantage of technologies. I feel that taking care of the environment is everyone's responsibility, not just a single business or a group of people. I think we all have to do our part. And I'm just thankful for things like this, like digesters, that we can utilize it. We did go into this with eyes wide open, knowing that the next step would be hydrogen. So we knew this going into it, and we're really proud to be doing our part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Hernandez. Jesse, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Yes, hi, my name is Jesse Hernandez. I lived in Reno, California all my life. I remember when I was younger, I used to drive down the freeway with my parents, and you could smell the manure from the dairies all the way from Pixley all the way to Tulare, Visalia. And you don't really smell that anymore. You know, I work for California Bioenergy, and we make biogas. And I can honestly say that every day when I leave work, I know I'm making a difference. I've worked on the other side of that, on the oil industry, for 14 years, and I see what it did. You know, I was there for the money, and doing this, it gives me comfort knowing that I know for my daughter that she's gonna have a bright future. And that's it just takes one person to make a difference. And that's where it starts. And I think what we're doing is awesome, honestly. Like Mr. Ribeiro said, I mean, it's for the future of everybody, and I think everybody has to put their part in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Justin Pence. Justin, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justin Pence. I'm an I&E technician for California Bioenergy. I also came from the oil and gas industry, and I've seen firsthand the toll it takes on the environment, the community, and especially the safety of the workers. Learning the process here and seeing how we safely harvest a natural occurring resource and at the same time capture millions of cubic feet of methane from the atmosphere is nothing short of amazing. This process clearly benefits the local community in multiple ways, the biggest being better air quality and capturing these harmful gases, which is CalBio's main goal. Another great benefit is we are stemming the local economy with great jobs, as well as teaching and building a team to secure our future growth towards capturing carbon emissions. Renewable energy is a must to save our planet and create a sustainable future for our children, grandchildren, and so on. The results from what we do are evident, and it's a great move in the right direction to reduce our carbon footprint. To speak on the concerns of longevity of these projects, look at how incredibly far technology has come in the past 20 years. We've already successfully branched out into new endeavors, as a former commentator has stated. Who's to say a new technology in the coming years won't benefit from the use of this renewable energy, as well as continue to reduce the greenhouse gas impact right now, which I'd like to imagine is everybody's goal on this call. I'm looking forward to continue being part of this change towards a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jan Warren. Jan, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Thank you. Jan Warren. I live in Walnut Creek in Contra Costa County, and 2 of the refineries in our county are producing biofuel, and I can assure you they are not a panacea of health for our communities. I want to thank David sharing his story. I've heard it, and I just like I've heard the dairy farmers. To have a population that's a little bit more than the cows at one time, and then an increase to 8,000, it is not your normal pastoral dairy farm in my eyes. These so-called reductions are still have negatively impacted the communities. Whether you've got 3,000 or 8,000, they're not out on a pasture somewhere going around, coming in to be milked. And there's a difference. There's a difference in what's being created. And the impact, I don't see anything that we've talked about that improves the health of the people living by these digesters. And I would say it's improved air quality for whom? If the EJAC proposal on the LCFS hasn't been the chosen choice, I suggest that you give the board 2 choices, the staff choice and the EJAC. We had a lot of pushback in September from a lot of the board members, and I haven't seen any changes, particularly in the slides, since we last looked at them. Appreciate Kevin's Hamilton's discussion with the agenda today. Everyone is weary of this process. You can hear it in the community voices, the public voices, and even CARB voices. Let's have shorter slide presentations as suggested. Skip all this analysis, modeling. I mean, we've been at this for over a year. If people are just coming in, let them do their own research. I'm tired of my paying more money at the pump to go to these incentivized businesses that wouldn't be without them. So we're already having trouble creating a just transition with the fossil fuel industry. You're telling me there's a 2040 that's going to magically, all this infrastructure you're building up, we're going to have the same problem, and much of it's still tied to the fossil fuel industry. I will close with congratulating CARB for working with the community colleges and the apprenticeship programs and outreach to public. Let's center the communities that are being harmed and show me a slide where they're receiving the help they need for their health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Colin Murphy. Colin, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Great, thank you. So my name is Colin Murphy. I'm the Deputy Director for the UC Davis Policy Institute for Energy, Environment, and Economy. I was the lead author on the study that was released recently that Rajinder mentioned in the slides. And she asked in the slide, or one of the issues in the slide was they wanted some clarification on how the high levels of renewable diesel could be crowding out other fuels. And I wanted to try to give some of that clarification right here. So historically, this hasn't been the case. Historically, the presence of one low carbon fuel option has not made it difficult for other low carbon fuel options to enter the market. But this is because there have been essentially some natural limits on the ability of any single fuel to deploy. You know, from the period from when the LCFS started in 2010 through 2020 or so, you had options like ethanol or RNG or biodiesel, all of which were low cost and all of which could provide credits. But for ethanol, it ran into the limit of the blend wall. You could only bring so much of it into the market. For electric vehicles, it was limited by the number of electric vehicles. The same with renewable natural gas. It was limited by the number of renewable natural gas vehicles. And in the case of biodiesel and renewable diesel, it was limited by the total amount of capacity to produce these fuels. Well, this is no longer the case. In the last couple of years, the capacity for renewable diesel to be produced in the US has expanded hugely. And there is enough capacity to produce these fuels at the US level that we could see the current rate of growth continue and more of these fuels come into California. The reason why this becomes a problem now is because they have shown that they're able to come into California with credit prices at a very low level, that they don't need a particularly high incentive. In the past, when there were these natural limits, in order to bring enough credits into the market to meet compliance obligations, producers had to go and start investing in the more expensive or untested fuels to bring these things in, fuels that had a better capacity to reach net zero carbon over the long run. Right now, with this extremely large pool of renewable diesel able to come into California at very low credit prices, there's no need for people with deficit obligations to bring other fuels in, to invest in the more expensive and riskier stuff. They can keep just buying more renewable diesel and bringing it in. So the market has fundamentally changed in a way that makes that sort of past market dynamic that underpins a lot of the assumptions and modeling that we've done on the market. That is no longer necessarily the case and is not likely to be the case for the next several years at least. And so the reason why this is a problem is, as Rajinder noted, in a lot of the projections of how EVs or other technologies are going to deploy, they depend upon having an LCFS credit incentive at a level higher than what the credit value is right now to get in, things like electric vehicles or sustainable aviation fuels or very low carbon syn fuels. And as long as we have this extremely large pool of renewable diesel able to come in at the current credit prices, you're not likely to see the credit prices go up. And those assumptions about how these other technologies will deploy are just not likely to come true. So that's part of it. It looks like I'll probably have to finish up in the next comment period. I'm certainly happy to follow up with anybody from staff. We've had a number of good conversations there. And if anybody who's listening would like to follow up for more depth, please reach out to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Javon Houston. Javon, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Javon, are you there? Okay, so we'll move to the next and we'll come back. Oh. Hi, Javon, can you hear us?
No, no good. Hello, hello.
Hi, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
You're cutting off now.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so hi, I'm Jafar. Oh crap. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. This is not a good mic. Default. Hello? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Clear?
can hear you now.
Are you clear? Are we clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, good. Okay, hi. I'm Javon Houston. I'm a member of SEIU and a board member. I worked at LAX for 6 years. LAX has some of the largest sources of carbon monoxide in deadly in high concentrations and can cause a lot of problems with heart disease. Jet fuel is emissions that are significant of levels of particulate organic gases and ultrafine particles, which links to respiratory problems, heart disease, and cancer. As an airport worker, I live and reside next to the flight path and under it. I am a living example of these emissions. I have COPD, and no, I'm not a smoker. I worked adjacent to where the planes will start the engines with large clouds of smoke will fill the room that I would work in. I was wearing a mask before the pandemic. We appreciate that the EJAC at the last meeting supported our recommendation and move up and including interstate jet fuel and the LACFS from 2028 to 2025. We also are asking CARB to expand the scope of the policy to include all jet fuel, including interstate and international flights, combusting all over California, not just interstate jet fuel. We all matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Todd Campbell. Todd, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Todd Campbell and I represent Clean Energy, which is a renewable natural gas fuel producer and provider throughout the United States. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. Like CARB staff, we too hear all the input and concerns that the environmental justice community has shared throughout this process, and we constantly think about what, if anything, we as a company and an industry can do to improve environmental conditions via operations to improve environmental conditions, real or perceived. We are proud that the majority of evidence shows that dairy digester operations are providing significant GHG and air pollution benefits in rural and urban communities by reducing local methane emissions and by moving heavy-duty vehicles today and soon hard to decarbonize sources like ocean-going vessels, shore power, to name a few in the future. Further, the LCFS delivers ultra-low carbon fuels that are required to support a zero-emission future for all. Clean Energy's focus is on heavy-duty fleets. Think goods movement, inland and shoreline ports, public transit, refuse, delivery vehicles, all fleets that operate in urban and rural communities that are heavily impacted by mobile source air pollution, and improving the health conditions of disadvantaged communities that are heavily impacted by known cancer-causing diesel exhaust up and down our state has been a core mission of our company for over 27 years. Further, the substantial LCFS incentives towards ZEV adoption being offered today, roughly $1.2 billion, and in the future, roughly $3.4 billion by 2030, are influencing internal change within our industry as we look to hydrogen as a core strategy to achieve a sustainable zero-emission society. As for pump price, 70% of the cost at the pump is from fossil foreign crude. Think Ukraine war, the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Think of international conflicts that Californians have little to no control over as a true driver of price outside of the refineries and oil companies. Conversely, the LCFS moves us away from our dependence upon foreign fossil oil by creating domestically produced ultra-low carbon fuels that can support a zero-emission future. For example, renewable natural gas does not care if it is used in a vehicle powered by a low NOx engine, hydrogen fuel cell, or electric battery. So if you're tired of paying more at the pump, get behind this cost-effective program that gets us off of foreign oil. I'd like to conclude that it is because of the California LCFS and other like-minded programs that Clean Energy now delivers 100% of the fuel that we deliver here in California, Oregon, Washington, and over 90% of the fuel we deliver nationwide at over 600 stations in 42 states as renewable fuel. is because of the low carbon fuel programs that Clean Energy is on track to be a 100% renewable fuel company from sea to shining sea by 2025. That's next year. That's the kind of progress society needs to address climate change. That's the kind of speed we need, particularly when we know time is of the essence. And I would like to thank the EJAC for your time and consideration, and especially all your hard work towards your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to let everybody know that we have about 10 comments left. So next we have Patricia Ramos Anderson. Patricia, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Patricia, please be sure to unmute yourself as well.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Patricia Ramos Anderson. I'm with the Defensadores and also a community grassroots organization and other groups. What's important to us is that it had been so difficult working with CARB so many times. Our neighbors attending CARB hearings, speaking to CARB staff about reshaping the LCFS programs, but they only kept paying attention to the dairy, but not the community. This is an issue. We needed to address these conflicts of interest of the staff, that we started figuring out, why are they not returning our calls? Why are they not answering our questions? But more importantly, found out that they're now lobbyists when we saw them at these public hearings in Sacramento. We're trying to treat the wealthy as if they were poor with all these special little goodies for the past 20 years before anybody of us knew what was going on with this program, until it was brought to the attention where I asked it to the elected officials at a meeting. There's not meaningful community engagement. No one knows about this. But more importantly, the appearance of misuse of funds and systematically discrimination of the minorities, communities, to have the equal access to a clean air, water, and environment of the communities that have been impacted by this program and this process. And you're still paying and treating the wealthy as if they're poor in 4 little different pockets of these credits that they get. No, this needs to stop. This is an abuse. And also we need to reshape the LCFS and pay attention. Because if we don't, what we're doing is you are endangering the health and welfare of these communities. And you have been giving the rich to get richer and impacting the environment of these poor residents cannot afford health at all, health assistance, going to the clinics. We need to take care of them now because you have impacted their health by doing this project. And it's been 20 years until we finally got involved. We heard about it. And now we're going on 24, no más. No more giving to the rich. They could do it now on their own if they want to continue without these subsidies. But now you need to correct this environmental injustice of health that you have deteriorated in these communities, and the impacts at the children, at the schools, the grandparents, family members dying, not 1 or 2, having 3 people. I know. I saw my brother when he was ill with asthma. I thought he was going to die. He could barely breathe. So I know the impacts of what the environment does to a family, and I don't want to see that again. But to hear that they're being funded with public funds, that's an insult, and we have to investigate. The department hold you accountable, and also see that this has to end. Stop subsidizing the rich at the cost of the health and welfare of the poor in these communities, and fix that now. 24 years is more than enough, because if they're rich already and they have their dairies and their ranches, and they live not in the neighborhood or in the area, they live out by the coast or have these nice homes and plush communities. So we need to address this, and it's been a systematic form that these communities want to have the same clean air and environment for their neighborhoods, but they need to have the health issues addressed.
Unfortunately, your time is up, so we do have to move on. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next we have Ethan Hendricks. Ethan, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ethan Hendricks and I'm with AMP Americas. AMP is a methane abatement company. we partner with dairy farmers to build facilities that reduce methane emissions and produce renewable natural gas. The utility that we provide to the world and the product that we sell to our customers is methane abatement. Methane is a super potent greenhouse gas. It's 84 times more potent than CO2. So eliminating methane emissions delivers immediate climate benefits. Over our history, AMP has prevented nearly 2 million metric tons of carbon equivalent emissions. We did this by processing waste methane from dairy farms and turning it into transportation fuels, including compressed natural gas, hydrogen, and electricity. As long as people continue to eat food, waste from food production and consumption is going to produce methane. RNG is a climate solution that reduces these methane emissions, and it needs to be part of the LCFS program. Nearly all of AMP's climate impact was made possible by California's LCFS standard. We appreciate the work that CARB has done to reduce emissions, and we respectfully ask for the program to maintain the policies that made it successful. The program needs strong targets and a technology-neutral approach where it risks backtracking on progress and losing support from the investors that have helped make it successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carlos Gutierrez. Carlos, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Yes, good afternoon. Carlos Gutierrez on behalf of the California Advanced Biofuels Alliance. We represent producers, transporters, and retailers of biodiesel and renewable diesel here in California. My comments will be focused on 4 main points. One, we generally support the proposal to update the LCFS, but feel that more can be done to ensure that the environmental, economic, and public health benefits are maximized. This can be done by increasing the CI reduction targets and utilizing the proposed step-down and auto-acceleration mechanism. 2, we do have concerns regarding the consideration of sustainability guardrails on crop-based fuels. If CARB were to go down this path and adopt these guardrail provisions, then we would ask that they are science and fact-based and fully developed through a thorough vetting process. This issue merits the convening of expert advisory group with multiple iterations and draft concepts and proposed regulatory language. We do agree with CARB staff position that the outside modeling being discussed doesn't conform to statutory requirements, which I believe was on slide 24 of the presentation. And lastly, I'd just like to say we also want to reiterate that we are strongly opposed to any cap on biofuels. The biodiesel and renewable diesel industry has played a critical role in reducing harmful climate pollution and can continue to do so with smart policies. A cap would only limit those benefits and would only be replaced by dirty fossil fuels. So again, thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next, we have Neil Black. Neil, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Great. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I want to thank the EJAC community and CARB for letting me speak today. I'm one of the founders of California Bioenergy. And there are 2 core issues, digesters on dairy digesters. Digesters prevent methane emissions and improve local air quality. The methane emissions reductions are remarkable, as many have spoken about. Digesters in California are resulting in a reduction of over 2 million metric tons of CO2e per year. I want to focus on local air quality. One of the thoughtful speakers, I believe it was Thomas, asked, can we achieve greenhouse gas reductions without increasing any air pollution in disadvantaged communities? With digesters, the answer is yes. We are doing that. And I want to go over that a bit for clarity for everybody today. Digesters don't increase air pollution. Digesters greatly reduce local air pollution. An important example from another thoughtful EJ presenter was the Hillcrest Dairy and the smells he experiencing. Hillcrest Dairy does not have a digester. A digester captures the biogas that is historically released and continues to be released at a dairy today, like Hillcrest. The digester system basically eliminates the emission of hydrogen sulfide. This greatly decreases odor and decreases the formation of PM10. As Andrew Craig stated, Our current projects are reducing PM10 by about 1 million pounds per year. The result, dairy digesters improve air quality. In addition to cleaning up the dairy biogas, as I just went over, we clean the air in another way, and that is what we do with the dairy methane. We have both electricity projects and renewable natural gas projects. With our electricity projects, based on encouragements and incentives from the Air District and CDFA, we stopped building combustion projects in 2018. Our new projects use new technologies, California technologies, such as fuel cell. There are no emissions. Electricity is then used in an electric car, which produces no pollution. For RNG, the methane is used, as others have expressed, to power trucks and buses. There's a great expression of concern by many today about the pollution from diesel trucks. We agree. RNG is 90% cleaner than diesel. So until diesel is phased out over the next 10 to 20 years, we're improving air quality every day. So reducing air pollution from trucks and buses, this is likely having a bigger impact today on disadvantaged communities than our impact on the electric fleets we're powering. So can we achieve greenhouse gas reductions without increasing air pollution in disadvantaged communities? Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Fidencio Gonzalez. Fidencio, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak. Fidencio, are you there? We can't hear you. Okay, so we'll move on and then come back. So next we have Peter Daling. Peter, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of EJAC, CARB leadership, and meeting presenters. My name is Pete Dowling. I manage public affairs on the West Coast of the US for Neste, a global leader in the production of renewable fuels and circular solutions to address climate change. We currently have a joint venture to produce renewable diesel in Martinez, California. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. California, as we've discussed today, is a world leader in setting ambitious decarbonization targets. But as we learned earlier, there was a recent analysis that found the state will fail to meet these targets unless it triples its rate of reducing greenhouse gases through 2030. So this is no time to take a step back. It's a time for bold action, not delaying ambition. The challenges are great and the time is short, so we need to pursue all the options at our disposal in parallel to decarbonize the transportation sector. That's where the LCFS has been so successful and why we need to update and strengthen it so it continues to drive the next level of innovation and greenhouse gas reduction across multiple fuels. Now lipid-based renewable fuels like renewable diesel have been the subject of much discussion lately. We recognize there are some broad global concerns being addressed and discussed. Here are a few facts to consider. To date, renewable diesel is the single largest carbon reducer in the LCFS program, reducing over 45 million metric tons of greenhouse gases since its inception. It's displaced over 5 billion gallons of fossil diesel fuel, delivering reductions of SOx, NOx, particulate matter, and toxic emissions into communities across the state. And it now represents more than 50% of the state's diesel pool. With less than 1% of the state's medium and heavy-duty trucks currently electrified, it offers the best opportunity to deliver the near-term GHG emissions needed to meet the state's goals. Arbitrarily capping its growth simply eliminates a real-time option to displace more of the almost 2 billion gallons of fossil diesel fuel projected to be burned annually through 2030 and it restricts the state's capability to leverage RD production infrastructure to produce sustainable aviation fuel in the future. Neste has spent 15 years developing sustainable supply chains using a supplier code of conduct that includes strict criteria on human and labor rights, occupational health and safety, climate, the environment, and ethical business conduct. In the marketplace, we see that the LCFS program, including its current proposal for more rigorous sustainability, is sending the right signals and driving real investment in climate-smart agriculture and improvements in cropping practices that can deliver increased GHG reductions and more sustainable fuels. So in closing, we support CARB's efforts to support and update the CI targets in the program and urge them to further strengthen the program and adopt a revised regulation this year. Modeling conducted by the Low Carbon Fuel Coalition demonstrates how greater ambition in CI targets can rebalance the credit market, sending strong signals to investors in a range of low carbon fuels and help support programs that advance zero emission infrastructure in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Hughes. Mark, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Okay, thank you. Just confirming you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fabulous. Good afternoon. And again, my name is Mark Hughes. And like the previous speaker, I too am a manager of public affairs at Neste. I, however, work in support of our joint venture renewable fuels facility in Martinez, California. And speaking of Martinez, I tell you, it's more important than my employment is the fact that I am a lifelong resident of Martinez. So I want to begin my comments by thanking CARB for all your past work in developing the low carbon fuel standard. Because without CARB's bold action in developing the LCFS, it's very doubtful Neste would have invested $1 billion to fund the conversion of a 100-year-old petroleum refinery into Northern California's first renewable fuels facility. And what's resulted from Neste's investment? Well, for those of us living in Martinez and the surrounding communities, we enjoy cleaner air. In fact, the conversion to a renewable fuels facility has resulted in millions of pounds less emissions every year. Not only do we enjoy cleaner air, LCFS has been a great job creator. With the construction of the facility, we created thousands of trades construction jobs. We provide hundreds of permanent employment as well. Pete and I are both beneficiaries of that. Beyond that, though, we're developing new economies with the collection, with our used cooking oil collection company. That alone has created 100 employment opportunities, those that drive trucks and collect our used cooking oil. So it's all the makings and the initial steps of a local, sustainable, circular economy. We're collecting used cooking oil throughout Contra Costa County. We process renewable feedstocks here in Martinez. And our renewable diesel, it's the fuel that's utilized by public transportation facilities throughout the region. That's the success, and that's all due to the LCFS. We've talked about it earlier. We know that we've made great progress locally, and we've talked about the success we've had statewide, where 60% of the diesel consumed in California is renewable diesel. We're making a difference, but it's just simply not enough. The earth is still on fire, and I've seen that up close. You know, prior to joining Neste, I was FEMA's External Affairs Officer for Region 9. I've responded to many emergency responses, including many California wildfires, most notably the Dixie Fire, which annihilated and destroyed the town of Greenville. I've seen up close the impacts that climate change has had, and it is gut-wrenching. So I simply have a very humble request, and that's I encourage you to continue the remarkable work that you've done, but we need to continue to act swiftly and boldly. Don't subscribe to false choices. Renewable fuels and electrification are not mutually exclusive. We need them both to meet our climate goals. I hope the day comes when we have the electric infrastructure to support EV economy, that we can mine lithium without degrading the environment, and that air transportation can run on non-combustion energy sources. But until that day, we need to continue to embrace today's solution to a cleaner environment, and that's renewable liquid fuels. So again, please put LCFS rulemaking on a fast track and adopt a new regulation this year. The world's watching, and investors are looking for clear signals that the market credits will be bolstered by aggressive public policy. We need to act now. With that, I would just tell you, history can repeat itself in the best possible way if we act swiftly.
Thank you, Mark. Unfortunately, your time is up, so we do have to move on, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Rosenblum. Stephen, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Good afternoon, members of the EJAC committee. My name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm a member of Climate Action California, and we are an organization statewide that is fighting climate change. And I think we've heard a lot from industry today about how they're fighting climate change. And I would like to say that from our point of view, they're lying to you. The EJAC is on the right path. They're right to suspect CARB and what CARB is doing. First of all, we heard from David Rodriguez, living in Planada early on, talking about the legalized pollution that goes on in his community. The CAFOs, the confined animal feeding operations that people have been calling family farm, have 8,000 to 20,000 cows. They're not family farms, they're factory farms. And their waste product is methane. It's not the product they're making. They're making milk. And the product that their waste product is methane. In no other industry do we allow them to make profit off their waste. In the oil industry, in the sewage treatment industry, in waste dumps, they're required to abate their emissions at cost and pass the costs on to their customers. We don't reward them for abating their emissions. So I think, again, I'd like to emphasize that the EJAC is on the right path on this, and I hope you will persevere and work to change the avoided methane emissions crediting. Secondly, on the SB 1383 has to ensure actual reductions in methane and emissions from cows, which methane is only part of. The cows also burp methane, and so far the CARB has absolutely no plan to abate the burping methane. They're talking about research right now, and there's no plan to do anything until 2025 or 2026 at the earliest. Finally, on biofuels, we heard two impassioned speeches from people working in the biofuel industry, putting refineries in the Bay Area. The two largest biofuel refineries in the world, Phillips 66 in Rodeo and Marathon in Martinez, which will use 40% of the U.S. soy oil crop if they get up to their full capacity. Presumably they won't do that. They'll presumably cut down forests in Brazil to grow their soy oil. So, and then they don't include the burning of the renewable diesel in their climate warming calculations. So all they assume is that they're displacing the carbon that would have been produced by fossil fuels, but they don't account for the fact that when the carbon is burned, it produces carbon dioxide, which pollutes the atmosphere just as well. I think electrification is a solution, and we have to phase biofuels out as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Stuhan. Sarah, your line has been unmuted and you're now free to speak.
Hi, my name is Sarah Stuhan. I am a lifelong resident of Tulare County. I'm also a fourth generation Tulare County resident and family that has relied on agriculture sector to make a living since my great-great-grandfather immigrated here. Anyone that has any knowledge of the agriculture industry knows that the ag sector is not just a job, but it's a lifestyle. These farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and anyone involved in this industry are great stewards of the land and always doing their part and looking forward to being very innovative. The digesters in particular help with the odor elimination, help with air quality. They capture the methane that is used for energy sources, and it's also being used to convert biogas into the biomethane, therefore making a compressed natural gas for the to power vehicles, that is also something that we're looking at. I just feel as the #1 county of ag production in this nation that it's important that we support our ag industry and those involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we just wanted to circle back to Fidencio Gonzalez. Fidencio, your line is unmuted, and you're now free to speak. And please be sure to unmute yourself as well.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to read my portion in Spanish, for just for everybody that also does not understand English. Okay. Mi nombre es Fidencio González. Soy residente del condado de Tulare. He vivido en el condado de Tulare durante 54 años de los 50 años de vida. Mi opinión sobre el digestor de lácteos let me check. Okay. Here we go. He notado mi opinión sobre el digestor de lácteos es que la diferencia más notable fue la neblina y el hedor de lo que supongo es biogás de las lagunas de estericol de vacas. Noté esto alrededor de la lechería de mi compadre. Después de un tiempo que instalaron el digestor, comencé a notar que el aire se estaba aclarando. Además, el hedor que rodeaba la lechería había desaparecido. Yo diré que el digestor marcó una gran diferencia. Esto me parece una gran diferencia, un gran resultado positivo. Para mí creo que esto sería una ventaja ambiental, sin mencionar los subproductos producidos y los empleos creados que esto ha traído a nuestra área. Yo pensaría que ambas partes, a contra y a favor, se unirían y verían los beneficios. Hay muchos datos que respaldan este programa. Aprecio a ustedes que me han tomado el tiempo para escuchar a alguien que se ha crecido en este gran valle nuestro y fue testigo de los logros de este programa. Gracias.
Thank you. So we've now gone through all public comments. We're now going to move to our next agenda item, and we'll have Martha Dina kick us off with that.
Are we done with public comment?
Yes, we're done.
I'm going to rush us along. I wish I could give us a break, but we're at 4:59 and we still have another panel, but I want to thank all of the speakers. I learned a great deal today. I want to thank the community members and the workers who came. I think it's really important for us to understand the trade-offs, and these are not easy choices. So thank you so much. And we are going to move on to our guest speakers. Michael Mastrandera, I just butchered your name. I'm so sorry. Are you on Zoom?
I am. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry about the last name.
Not a problem. And do we have the slides to show as well? Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And let me just say to start, thank you on behalf of the entire Climate and Energy Policy Program team.
You want to pull in here? You want to pull in?
I think we may need to mute
You going to Kohl's later?
someone.
Yeah.
I'll pause for a sec. Thank you. So I want to say thank you very much to Dr. Catherine and to everyone on the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for the invitation to speak today. I am presenting on behalf of our team. My colleague Mareldi is also here as a presenter and discussant. Next slide, please. So to start with a little bit of context, and I'll try to make all of our comments fairly brief given the time of day and the patience you've all exhibited. Last year, our environmental justice partners that we work with had asked the Climate and Energy Policy Program team to conduct modeling to understand the potential impact of EJ policy asks on the LCFS. And CARB staff at the time had told them that they did not have capacity to conduct such an analysis. So we saw this as an opportunity to be helpful. And at that time, last year, we used the March 2023 version of CARB's CATS model that was available at that time to analyze an EJ scenario that our team then presented to the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee in July of last year. Michael Wara, who directs our program, provided that presentation. In August of 2023, we then released a fact sheet that provided more details on these results. And that month as well, CARB also updated the CATS model. And that is the most recent version of the model that is currently available. Michael Wara also presented our work at the joint EJAC and CARB board meeting on September 15th of last year as well. So just with that context for our engagement today we will be speaking about 3 key points from our comments on the ISOR. And I should say that these are our personal views and we're not speaking on behalf of Stanford or any entities that we work with. Next slide, please. So first, we would like to again express our appreciation to CARB staff for their early disclosure last year of the CATS model and example input and output files that were made available for public evaluation. This is what allowed us to conduct the modeling that we did last year and analyze the EJ scenario that we presented last year. We have been asked to conduct updated modeling and also evaluation of the proposed amendments and of the EJ scenario that CARB staff included in the ISOR. But as Dr. Catherine mentioned already earlier today, we've been unable to do that so far because CARB has not yet made available the CATS input and output files associated with the ISOR. The currently available August 2023 version of the CATS model is still an example that does not include the scenarios that were considered in the ISOR. Now, I think I should say that I think we heard earlier today from Matt that those files will be released in April. And if I have that right, that's great. And we look forward to seeing them. Next slide, please. The second point, and I'm going to not say too much about this because I believe this will be a part of Jeremy's presentation that will follow. But the proposed amendments would set a trajectory through 2045 for subsidies directed towards dairies, refineries, other low carbon fuel producers. And there are valid arguments for creating sufficient certainty for project investment, but those need to be balanced against real uncertainties in the future of the transportation and the liquid fuel sector that really make it unrealistic at this point to predict its trajectory over the next 20 years or more. And in our estimation, a 10-year time horizon strikes a balance between providing sufficient certainty while also preserving CARB's future responsiveness to the rapid changes that are underway, and also maintaining CARB's ability to pursue adaptive management in the LCFS program. This is important because we're already seeing the real world diverging from modeling assumptions in important ways. For example, with the growth of renewable diesel far outstripping expectations. Next slide, please. So this figure is comparing actual renewable diesel supply to LCFS markets as compared to the CATS model that I've mentioned and estimates of the supply. You can see that the historical are the orange bars and also the blue bar is an estimate for the year 2023. And then the yellow bars that go out to the right are modeled expectations from the CATS model. And the model is anchored to actual volumes in 2022. But already we're starting to see that in 2023, the data that's available is significantly exceeding model projections. If you go to the next slide, please. This is before you start to consider the biofuel conversions underway that we've heard a little bit about today in Martinez and Rodeo with refineries that have the potential to essentially double the supplies of liquid biofuels in the near term. The implications of this is something that I know Jeremy will talk about, and I also want to acknowledge the comment and the work that Colin Murphy and his team at UC Davis have done on this. To briefly highlight a few concerns, this means that there is expected to be a readily available source of inexpensive credits for renewable diesel that reduce greenhouse gas emissions when they're substituted for fossil-based fuels, but they lack a pathway to really being truly zero carbon fuels. And this, as we've heard a little bit about already, risks crowding out innovation in truly zero carbon fuels and missing opportunities to support ZEV adoption goals. Also, the large volumes raise concerns about conversion of tropical forests and croplands to fuels production and an underestimation of greenhouse gas emissions from this kind of indirect land use change in current LCFS carbon intensity assessments. I'll stop there on this point. All of this is to say that we feel that setting a regulatory path out to 2035 rather than 2045 is more in line with the rapid changes in the transportation sector that are underway. And yeah, finally, we want to highlight that there is importance in considering the interactions between the LCFS and cap and trade, as well as their cumulative impacts on emissions and on affordability. The impacts of these programs cannot be fully understood in isolation. So for example, if you're increasing the stringency of the LCFS, that will further reduce emissions from transportation fuels in California, but it also creates additional room under the cap and trade program, under the emissions cap, that may be filled by other sectors if the emissions cap level is unchanged. And the LCFS ISOR does not evaluate these kinds of interactions between the two programs. CARB is pursuing a parallel effort in its early phases to consider strengthening cap and trade. And another important point to mention is that the sequencing of these kinds of decisions matters, that decisions taken on changes to the LCFS program may constrain decisions that might be taken on cap and trade and vice versa, which is one of the reasons why it's really important to think about a coordinated approach. Lastly, we also feel that it is important to consider not only the aggregate impacts of these programs, but also to conduct a distributional analysis of the cumulative impacts of both regulations, particularly on low and moderate income Californians. So I will stop there and thank you for your time today and look forward to the discussion that follows. Thank you.
Here is Meraldi Ahumada Parras. If you can let her in.
Martha, Dina, were you just talking? I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Oh, am I muted?
No, you're not muted, but just very faint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go up our next speaker because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my sound.
No, no problem. Take your time.
Is that better?
Yeah, well, it'll work.
Okay. All right, our next speaker is Meraldi Ahumada Parras.
Hi, I was part of the Stanford presentation, and I can take questions on modeling and what we did. Thank you.
Martha, Dina, I think we can move on to Jeremy, right? And then have conversation so that we can get through the slides.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure.
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me? Thanks very much for the invitation to speak here today about crop-based biofuels. So I'm Jeremy Martin from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and I've been working on the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and other related policies for the last 16 years. Next slide. So first, what are the crop-based biofuels in the LCFS? Initially, it was mostly ethanol. As you can see here, recently, most of the growth has come from renewable diesel. Next slide. And so I'm going to focus on renewable diesel because, well, actually, I'll put it in context. So first of all, it's useful to consider renewable diesel and biodiesel together because they're made from the same stuff and they're both used to blend with diesel fuel. And so that's what we call bio-based diesel. And I wrote a long piece with lots of data about this that is linked there, but I'll just mention a few things. So first of all, what's this stuff made of? It's mostly made of vegetable oil. soybean oil is the largest component, then corn oil, canola oil, used cooking oil, and some animal fats. On the top right, I've got a chart of the biofuels used in the United States over the last, I guess that's 20 some years. And of course, most people remember there was a big expansion in the use of ethanol between 2000 and 2010. California's program basically has more or less the same amount of ethanol now that it did in 2010. After 2010, biodiesel picked up, mostly outside of California. But after 2016, the situation really changed substantially. And since 2016, essentially all of the growth in biofuels in the United States has been the growth of renewable diesel in California. So because ethanol has been flat, biodiesel has actually been declining outside of California. So basically, California is driving the nation in terms of increased biofuel consumption now and for the last few years. And that's quite surprising to those of us because that sort of didn't seem like what the LCFS was designed to accomplish. And in fact, prior to 2020, there was almost no vegetable oil-based fuel used in California because of disincentives. Next slide. So, but what's the problem with that? I'm going to just quote a few passages from a letter that I put together with some other experts who are familiar with issues around global food supply, tropical deforestation, and fuel policies. And so some of these folks, one of them is the former chief economist of the US Department of Agriculture when the renewable fuels was put together. A couple of them helped work on the indirect land use modeling for the low carbon fuel standard. Other folks, some folks from Stanford. Let's go to the next slide. So I'm just going to go over the top points. So first, the request in this letter is to cap the use of vegetable oil-based fuels immediately and strengthen safeguards to make sure that the LCFS is not contributing directly or indirectly to global food price shocks, agricultural expansion, and deforestation. So I just want to touch on those points to explain why we think those are real problems. Next slide. So first, the global poor are at risk. Next slide. So just to be really clear and specific about why I'm making this substantial claim, I think it's really helpful to look at what happened in 2022. So this was a global food crisis. The kind of global metric that people use is this United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Index. And it was at its highest level, I think, since it was started. So in this whole time period. And the components of it are shown on the bottom there. And vegetable oil was the leading component driving the global food crisis. And in that year, and so I'm not saying that California was responsible for this, but while this was happening, California increased renewable diesel consumption by 47% and consumed almost 1 million metric tons of soybean oil for fuel used in California. And 1 million metric tons, it's just a number, but just to put this in perspective, there's only about 10 million metric tons of soybean oil traded in global markets. So 1 million metric tons used in California is a big deal in the midst of the biggest global food crisis that we've had in decades. So that doesn't make any sense, right? California does not want to reduce diesel consumption at the expense of people's food. I think it's just that simple. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, as we know, the wheels here turn slowly. There wasn't an opportunity to quickly intervene and do something about this, even though there were calls across the world. Some countries did slow down their biofuel mandates. But so I think it's really important that we don't, wait till there's another one, but that we look, is this what California really wants? Does it really think using millions of metric tons of soybean oil for fuel is a just and equitable way to clean up its transportation system? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think it's terrible and it should stop. Next slide. Okay, what about tropical deforestation? Cropland continues to expand in the tropics. Next slide. So this is a recent paper showing that the expansion of soybean and palm oil continue to drive deforestation in the tropics. As I mentioned, the amount of soybean oil being used in California directly for fuel is substantial. They're actually importing it now. There's a kind of belief or a rhetoric around biofuels that these are homegrown fuels, but this is not true. If you look at the feedstocks coming into these refineries in California, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Argentina. They're coming, and I mentioned palm oil. Palm oil is not used to make fuel in California, but Argentina is the leading exporter in the world of soybean oil. And when California refineries compete for that soybean oil on the global market for food and make it into fuel, then palm oil is what's going to replace it in the countries that import soybean oil. India is the largest importer of soybean oil, also imports a lot of palm oil. If they can't get soybean oil, they'll eat palm oil. So that's why palm oil and soybean oil are both implicated when California ramps up its vegetable oil consumption. There's analysis of tropical deforestation says there's 3 leading drivers. Beef is number 1, palm and soy are 2 and 3. So these are really serious problems globally. And to me, it's actually shocking that California Air Resources Board sort of defends this. They pioneered the work on indirect land use change, recognizing how these things work through the system and that this is something that's important to address. And, we just saw actually in the LA Times yesterday, Dan Sperling and Colin, who spoke earlier, explaining why this is not what this policy was designed to accomplish. It's terrible and it should stop. And what's presented in the proposal is, it's really hard for me to understand the motivation for it because it just doesn't make any sense to keep on this path just because of a resistance to adjust the policy. Next slide, please. The other one is that supporting renewable diesel is diverting resources from transportation electrification. We've heard a lot of back and forth on this. Next slide. This is the chart of the credits. Obviously, about half of the credits in the last quarter went to renewable diesel. That's depressed the credit price. It has absolutely reduced the support for transportation electrification in the last couple of years. There's just no way around that. So what about going forward? If we go to the next slide. So the CATS model, which was the basis of all the analysis that was presented earlier today, this is, I believe, this is the baseline data that they built their analysis on. And this is on the right. And the expectation there is that renewable diesel use is not really going to grow. That, actually in this year, it would decline and then it would kind of be at a kind of roughly constant level between 1.5 and 2 billion gallons for bio-based diesel, the combination of biodiesel and renewable diesel. On the left is the real data up to now. And it doesn't look like it's flat. And, Colin mentioned their analysis, other people's analysis, and certainly that trend there on the left says we're headed towards 100% renewable diesel. And that's 3.5 billion gallons. That's where that star is. So that's a lot more credits than are in the analysis for the ISOR. So that tells me that what has been proposed in the amendments is simply not going to work. It will not stabilize credit prices. It will not restore credit prices to where they were. And I think actually the biofuel industry agrees with me on this. They just think they really need to ramp up the stringency. I don't think ramping up the stringency that fast is the right solution. I think it makes more sense to have some restraint on these pathways. And if we do that, we can have a balanced program. And I just want to clarify, I'm not saying get rid of all of it. I appreciate that we can use used cooking oil. There's some level of this. But right now, the United States outside of California has 4% bio-based diesel, and California has 60%. Actually, a couple of years ago, the country had 5%, but California is pulling this out of the rest of the country into California. It's not a scalable solution. There's not more of this feedstock. Scaling it up is bad for food markets. It's bad for tropical deforestation. And it doesn't make any sense for California's policy. So I don't understand why some common sense limits to just put the policy on a stable trajectory and avoid these really bad outcomes is not already in the proposal. Next slide. So capping crop-based biofuels, I have a long blog with my explanations in more detail. It will avoid food versus fuel conflicts and deforestation, stabilize credit markets with a more gradual increase in stringency than the staff proposal. That will provide stable support for electrification and a more equitable and affordable low carbon fuel standard for California. Thank you.
Thanks. And can you queue up our next speaker? My sound is bad.
Okay. Thanks.
There's something wrong with my sound. So I don't know.
It's just really faint, Martha Dina, but we heard you. We're going to move to Nicole Rice.
I can hear you now.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I guess I'm batting cleanup here, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. But I do want to thank you all for allowing us to be able to come and present to you today to talk about our thoughts about low carbon fuel standard and what we as an industry representing renewable and alternative fuel options for California's transportation transition, what we think are some of the best solutions to go forward. So before I get started, my name is Nicole Rice, and I'm the president of the California Renewable Transportation Alliance. We are a diverse coalition of renewable and alternative fuel producers, end users, utilities, fleets, and engine manufacturers. And we've been partnering with the state for the last 20 plus years to advance innovative, cost-effective solutions that can decarbonize California's transportation sector and reduce the state's dependence on petroleum products. A lot of what I'm probably going to present to you today has already been said, so I'm just going to go through and punctuate a few of those points. So I apologize in advance for the duplication. I want to first say, which I've heard many speakers say this afternoon, that on a basic principle, we are in agreement. And that principle is that we need to do everything that we can to immediately reduce pollution, both to address our planet's needs as well as the health benefits for those who inhabit, and especially for those communities that all of you represent here today as EJAC committee members. Unfortunately, our disagreement point is how we go about accomplishing this. And so we do see a role for renewable natural gas to play in California meeting its goals. We look at this transition as being a highway where you're going to have multiple on-ramps and off-ramps for different technologies based upon the most effective application for those technologies as the transition continues to move forward. So the most important thing that we can do today is to make sure that we're deploying the most suitable technologies and the right applications to achieve the greatest outcome, and that would be the greatest amount of emission reductions. We're already being told, there was a Cal Matters piece earlier this week that's saying that California is not on track to meet its climate goals. And so we need to move forward with expediency on those programs and those effective methods that we currently have deployed that have shown outcomes and effective means for moving us towards our goal. So now I want to transition to what we see as the versatility of renewable natural gas. We see it as having great utility and being a versatile fuel. We talked about some of the benefits today as it's compared to diesel, because that, again, is another point of agreement for us. We agree that we need to transition off of our dependence on petroleum and our use of diesel in transportation. And so in order to do that, we need to have something. We're going to have a combustion option, which we heard that by 2045, it could be as high as 30% or more of the vehicles that are currently on the road, that will be on the road, will still be combustion. So if we're going to continue to have combustion as part of California's transportation sector, then we need to make sure that we're using the cleanest and greenest combustion that's available. So we know about the benefits of renewable natural gas. It can be used as a direct fuel into trucks, as I just talked about, but most importantly, it can also be used as an energy feedstock, supporting deeper decarbonization into those technologies that we talked about today, those technologies that are important for us to move to carbon neutrality, which is electrification and our hydrogen options. But in addition, while we believe that RNG's application today and going forward, its highest and best use is in transportation, we also have to look at the hard to decarbonize sectors. Those sectors including cement, manufacturing, buildings, those are the things that came up in the Cal Matters study or Cal Matters report that is going to contribute to California not being able to meet its climate change goals. So RNG can not only help with transportation, but it can also help in those to decarbonize those sectors as well. In transportation, we have tens of thousands of RNG powered trucks on California roadways today, and they're already improving in reducing and improving air quality. There's probably approximately 47,000 natural gas vehicles being used in California, and 97% of the fuel that's being used in those natural gas trucks is renewable natural gas. As a result, RNG has displaced about 4.34 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in its use. And that is equal to removing almost 1 million gas-powered cars off the road in just 1 year. And there's also innovation that's happening with RNG and it's with the technology to support RNG in transportation. As we're starting to see come online, the new Cummins 15-liter natural gas engine that can meet and is certified to meet both CARB's 2024 certification standards as well as the federal 2027 certification standards for low NOx. So most importantly, as we've talked about today, that RNG production is one of the single most effective means that we have for abating methane, which is as we've talked about, a very potent short-lived climate pollutant and needs to be addressed immediately. We know that in order to ensure that the climate and the planet does not warm past the 1.5 degrees Celsius number that has been put out from global scientists, that we're going to have to attack our short-lived climate pollutants problems sooner than later. And so methane and controlling and mitigating methane emission reductions is going to be a big part of that. LCFS is a tool that we can use to combat methane as well as decarbonize our society. And it's providing a cost-effective means for dairies to accomplish this in a way that they would not be able to do and afford to do alone. So why should RNG remain under the low carbon fuel standard? Well, first of all, it's a carbon negative fuel in California. In 2022, for the third consecutive year, RNG dispensed in California as a transportation fuel was carbon negative. It has an average energy weighted carbon intensity of -100. And when it's supporting electric and hydrogen technologies as well, it can get even deeper than that. And we cannot continue to scale up and accelerate the deployment of electric and hydrogen technologies without the use of RNG. It's playing a big role in making sure that we can get those technologies up and running as well. And I also talked about its work in the hard to decarbonize industries. So Mr. Hamilton, I think it was earlier today, asked, if we continue to make these investments for renewable natural gas under this program, where is it going to go? And of course, it can continue to go into transportation, as I just talked about. As long as we have combustion on the roads, we need to be using the cleanest renewable fuel to ensure that that footprint is as minimal as possible. But the other place that it can go, and that CARB has stated that it should go in its 2022 scoping plan, is to these hard to decarbonize industries like manufacturing and cement, also in energy generation, so that we can increase the reliability of the grid and therefore be able to further expand on electrification in vehicles. And then we shouldn't forget the fact that it can also be used as a replacement for fossil natural gas. So that's the application where you're looking at applying it in energy generation as well. So as it relates, I'll conclude by talking about, since we were talking about LCFS on this panel, so I'll talk about a little bit where our position is on LCFS and the amendments that have been presented by staff. So we believe that LCFS must remain a fuel neutral program that's driven by science-based analysis that focuses on performance-based greenhouse gas outcomes, and that's able to incentivize real-world investments in order for us to meet the goals as envisioned in the 2022 scoping plan. This program, we all know, has been recognized nationally, and it's in its success to be able to reduce the carbon footprint in transportation. We have 4 states that have already adopted an LCFS type program, most recently New Mexico, that was mentioned earlier today, with their Clean Fuel Standard program, and several other states are talking about and looking into adopting this program as well. The state of California on the global stage has also mentioned its goal and its objective to mitigate methane, and LCFS is going to be a critical component of the state's plan to align and partner globally with other nations in order to reduce our methane emissions. We support the pragmatic approach that CARB staff has taken regarding RNG production under LCFS. We believe that it enables RNG to provide significant emission reductions in the near term while remaining a source of energy to power zero emission platforms like electricity and hydrogen. Maintaining a strong RNG pathway in the short term maintains its availability for all the other uses that I've just talked about in other industry sectors. So we do support more stringency in the carbon intensity curve. We believe that it's possible to do more, and by doing more, we can stabilize the credit supply and bring balance to the supply and the demand in the credit market. And that will incentivize more investments. We also support the continued application of existing avoided methane accounting and deliverability requirements for RNG projects developed before the end of 2029. This is going to support the transportation sector, and it will also restore planning predictability for investors. It would avoid stranding of the assets because there have been a lot of investments that have been made in order to produce RNG. And those investments, by continuing to support RNG production under LCFS, those investments will be protected. But in addition to that, those investments are just the groundwork, the foundation for building onto other technologies. So you see a lot of build out that's happening now where people are using RNG and the facilities support RNG dispensing as a foundation to build onto other technologies like hydrogen or electrification. We've also heard of situations where in order to pilot these electric vehicles, that people, instead of using diesel through generation as an on-site generator of electricity, they're using RNG. So all of the investments that have been made thus far into the RNG market can continue to support not only the deliverability of this technology and this fuel, but also building as a foundation for the other fuels as we, again, get to carbon neutrality. And then we also support the additional time in this vein for RNG supported hydrogen pathways in order to boost production of that fuel and to capitalize on the investments in the private sector, as well as the money that's coming from the state government as well as the federal government. And the last point that I think I will make before concluding is that the state can't do this alone financially. So we do need to partner with industry in order to make these investments. Even in the technologies that people are focused on, there will still be a lot of private investment that needs to go into those technologies. So with the current budget deficit that we're looking at, we need to ensure that we're not losing any ground in the advancements that we have been making with alternative fuels. And we need to make sure that there are strong private and public partnerships that can continue to support these activities. So I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to come before you and talk about this today. And I also encourage the committee to think about having other industry sectors be able to come here and share with you about the innovative work that we're doing to support the state's mission to go to zero in carbon neutrality by 2024. Thank you.
Martha, Dina, we do have one more commenter and we are going to have to, yeah.
All right, so one more commenter and then there's lots to talk about and we will figure out a way to do that while we're compliant. And again, we may be reaching out to folks who came today to provide, maybe we can provide some guidance on what the transition would look like. And I also have lots of questions and I may reach out to some of the dairy folks. And with that, I'll let you go on with the next presenter.
Yeah, so we don't have another presenter, but we have just one public comment that carried over from our last period, which is Colin Murphy. Colin Murphy, your line has been unmuted.
Hi, thanks. I didn't want to say things, but I did want to wrap up the comment that I made earlier about the market analysis we published very recently. So, like I said earlier, what our recent report says is that there was a significant shift in the market within the last couple of years that has fundamentally changed the underlying structure. And a lot of the assumptions that we made about how the market functions and those assumptions were built into a lot of the modeling that's been done, those need to be reevaluated. The challenge with the idea of crowding out and the risk that this entails for the LCFS market, I just started being able to talk about this last time, is that higher credit price is baked into a lot of the assumptions that we've modeled about how EVs and other zero emission technologies are going to deploy in the future. Additionally, like several of the previous commenters and speakers have said, there are certain categories of fuels that we don't yet have that are going to be needed in order for California to achieve its long-run greenhouse gas reduction goals. These include liquid aviation fuels, as well as liquid fuels to deal with gasoline engines. We identified in the Driving to Zero report a couple of years ago a need even in 2045 for over 1 billion gallons of a liquid gasoline substitute to meet our carbon neutrality targets. These are the sort of things that are going to be really necessary, and they're going to struggle to deploy in a world where the credit price stays at a low level throughout the 2020s, as would continue if the market moves along its present trajectory and the trends that we're seeing now continue to hold. The last thing I would say is, I agree with what Jeremy said during his presentation just now, that I don't think the correct solution is zero biofuels or even zero crop-based biofuels entirely. We are confident that the fuels that the LCFS has supported to date have allowed significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions compared to the petroleum they're trying to displace. But the problem is that doesn't always hold, especially as more and more land is expanded into to grow oil seeds and other oil crops to backfill the production going into renewable diesel right now. So the issue is not that we're trying that the correct solution is to pull all of this out, but really to cap the growth and not let this trend continue, at least until we have a lot more certainty that the broader deforestation trends and the broader land use trends get addressed. And right now that doesn't exist. So that's why the need to address a cap to prevent the future growth as a way of protecting the integrity of the LCFS market, protecting the stability of the LCFS market, really, as well as limiting the risk of future sustainability harms. And so that's sort of the core message that came out of the report we published. As always, happy to follow up with anybody who has additional questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Martha Dina, were you going to close us out for today?
Yes, I am. So I want, again, I've said it, because I'm aware of the labor issues and I'm trying to get us through all this. I want to thank all the EJAC members for staying through all of the meeting. It's been a long one. And again, thanks to my co-chair, Catherine, for all the prep we've done, and to all the speakers, the community speakers, and you've given us a lot to think about. We will be having another meeting, and we'll probably still be discussing the low carbon fuel standard at the next meeting, along with a few other topics. And I also want to thank Nicole for us being able to have a good conversation. And again, I work on just transition, and I want to say to industry, I get how hard it is, and that figuring it out is difficult. Often these regulatory processes put us in spaces where it's us, them, yes, no arguments, and it doesn't always lead to the best outcome, certainly not for our communities. So I welcome being able to have these kinds of conversations at the EJAC. Thank you. And I know folks want to go, so I'm afraid to open it up for the rest of the EJAC members. And I can't see tents. So it doesn't
There are
look
no
like there's
tents.
there are no tents.
There are no
So-
tents in the room. Matt.
Matt, I'm not there to kick you in the shin, so go ahead.
I know, but your mic is weak this time, so I'm gonna get away with it. Look, it's clear that this fuel standard has a lot of controversy around it, and that there's a lot of different perspectives on it, and that this conversation has been framed by a selection of inputs and assumptions in the current model that was put forth by the institution. I mean, the whole point of having a model is to test different alternatives. I feel like a lot of questions and a lot of confidence could be answered. The appearance of non-transparency is really troubling here. I can't think of anything better for this process than to get those spreadsheets over to the folks at the Woods Institute.
Luis, you'll be it, and then we'll have to conclude the meeting here in Sacramento. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a brief comment. Just environmental impacts, sacrificial zones, the impacts to our food supply. I mean, just a lot of things that I've heard. It's just those are real issues. The infrastructure, the protection isn't there for environmental justice communities. So, I mean, similar to what Martha says, it's important to have all these conversations, but we need to have special attention to environmental justice communities, disadvantaged communities. And today made it very clear, if we're not just thinking about California, we're not just talking about neighborhoods, talking globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending, and take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend.